In the previous video, we have done this custom animation with clean UI. Alright, and in this video, we continue doing the backend and the admin, where we'll have custom UI as well and real-time change. We can see in the admin we have real-time preview for the admin, and when you just update, you see it reflects immediately in the client side. If we want to delete, we give a confirmation message to continue or cancel. Once we do it, you see the changes immediately do it. So we'll learn how to do this kind of real time, and we replace everything with real data, not dummy data, as we were doing. And when we just create a new product, look at that. When we just update image, you see this is loading, and we have this kind of size and format, and you see the preview here, and this image is now uploaded to Cloudberry to have a real URL. And you see, when you just change something, it just reflects in the preview for the admin. So just do it with quick dummy data in say. And when we just create a product, you see now it's done. When we just go to the front end and see how much time it will take, and boom, it's now here. Alright, welcome back. Today we will just continue building our e-commerce full stack app. We have done the mobile version UI. Alright, so what we'll continue is before just to say that I'd like to say that I'm sorry for that kind of late. I was just working on some client project, but yeah, I'll try to be more consistent. And by the way, if you have an application related to e-commerce or AI, you can just email me and I can just do it for you. Anyways, back to our thing. So we have done that kind of UI, right? We will need to make the backend with Node.js and MongoDB with Express for routing. Alright, and we need to do the admin page. Looks like that. Search functionality. Edit, delete this edit functionality here, or delete or whatever. And so we'll create with Vite, with React to be seamless, with of course Tailwind CSS for styling. And then from this video, even if you just haven't watched the first video, the first part, you'll learn so much things in the backend. You'll able to create CRUD operation to create, update, or delete an app product, right? And how to synchronize kind of real-time updating with React toolkit query RTK API, right? To have it in the front end. And for the web admin, we'll have and learn how to use user reducer to have that kind of real-time updates as well, and have some caching and so on. We'll learn so much in this video, like using ChatCN components to speed up the process, a CRUD operation now, create, delete, update, delete, and yeah, that's it. We'll use some like custom UI components to have this kind of awesome looking real-time updating for a preview. Literally so much things. How to have the same component, but you know, update it, how to identify which screen you are in. Literally, we'll just learn so much things. Even if you learn on how to upload images to Cloudberry to have URLs, of course free. Alright, and yeah, that's it. We learned so much in this video. Get back, relax, and let's get it started. And now let's move into the backend. We'll do the backend with Node.js and MongoDB to get rid of the data, like the restaurant, the meal, not the meal, the clothes type, like t-shirt, whatever, image, and we have the title, description, and so on. And we'll just use Node.js with Express for the router and so on. And we'll just then move into the backend. Vite plus React. Vite for extra speed, and React for the base thing. Okay. And then lastly, we'll do the API and final API integration. We can do the API integration before the admin, but yeah, I prefer to do it now with the admin because we gotta add some data, so we can just convert to the real data. Okay, let's do it. We'll start with the backend. Just minimize that. Actually, we don't need that. Yeah, we need it. Just run it. React Native run iOS. Start it first, then we'll run it. We'll just say we'll just have it here. No need for extra run here. We already have it installed in the found simulator. So we'll just need to solve this one when we are in the API integration, which is related to the store. We have the precise and so on in the what man it was in the store. Oops. To get rid of these stuff. Okay, let's minimize that and create a folder, backend. So we'll have the backend, front end, and the admin. This is the backend. First of all, let's navigate to it. So we don't need the front end, the readme file. Okay, we'll see the /backend. We'll just navigate to the backend, / the folder that I want to, which is seen directly. We'll just navigate. Anyways, we will need to npm init -y to make an empty package.json. Okay, in that package.json we'll install some stuff and create the index file, all this stuff. Let's make the index .js. We'll just create first the hello world thing, so we have that clean thing. That doesn't take that much time, so let's make it just simple. We'll have the Express installed. We gotta install some libraries, packages first. So we'll have backend. Alright. And by that time, we can just install all the packages that we would need, like body parser course.env, Express, and this stuff. Okay. First, we will install npm install .env, so we can create .env files here like that, and
environment variables and import it in the index.js, like using like the constants from here, like required .mv and whatever. Anyways, .mv, and we'll have express for the navigation, and we have body parser. Course, if we just want to customize the course, like allow specific applications, like just allow that application to run any other application that want to fetch data from here, just block it, do not allow it. That is the course thing, but we just do all the other routes, so we can just make it easily. But for security things, you gotta disable every application, just your application is enabled. And we'll have, of course, nodejs and Mongoose. Why these? These are MongoDB things. Nodejs for restarting that server in real time it changes. Okay, which is good. If we just change something in index.js, it will refresh it. See it? We'll just refresh it, get a refresh automatically. We don't get a restart. Okay. So what we do first, we should initialize simply that server and run it. Okay. We'll have a few things. Const express equal to require express. Yep. We'll have a few things like the course, and Mongoose to connect to the MongoDB Atlas. And yeah, if we forgot, we gotta import require .env, and we'll do the config of it, so we can just use it directly. Like if we just put something in that .env, we can get it easily. Let's initialize the express app. So const app equal to express. And here we can just do the middleware, like course in the routes and so on. Middlewares and routes. Alright. Now what should we do? We should do the course and these kind of middlewares, and do the routes after that. Okay. App.use, do the course, middleware to see the things. If we just want later to customize the course, we can do it easily. Then we'll do the middlewares, the routes. We'll have the that kind of mean directly, which is gonna be just like something simple, just welcome page or whatever, just to make sure everything's working. Let's do it by app.get. It was just a get route / okay, and what it's going to have multiple things, like with rec and response. request in response. Let's make a callback function, and let's just actually send a text, normal text. Let's say live from 𝗕𝗵𝗺𝗶𝗺𝗲 backend. Okay. After that, what we can do the other routes, of course. When we do it, let's actually do that express to make it JSON before this one. Use express to initialize the express routers to be express.json instead, which is returns middleware that only pairs JSON on only lookup at request where the content type header matches the type option, which is Sever, because not anything can get just content type gotta be JSON, which is it like this. Okay. What should we do after that is we should connect it, just run the server. We'll later do the MongoDB Atlas connection. Okay, but for now we'll just do quick run like app.listen. Even we can just hard code the value that we'll listen to, and let's make a callback function of console.log. Let's actually make a shortcut. You gotta remove this one. Console.log. Yeah. Running on port. And we can just say 4000. We can just do what, man? We can just make port to 4000, so we can use it multiple times, not repeating this number here. Alright, let's run it. How we can run it? We can simply say node index. Oops, I forgot to press enter, and then we'll just run it like that. Alright, we can just get the warning, which we don't have the .env. Sure, let's make it to skip this one. Okay, and that where the nodemon comes, we just change something. For example, port whatever doesn't refresh. What you gotta do, you gotta just rerun it again to reflect. Alright, so what does nodemon does? It just restart the server on it changes, right? So we can just go here and do a start script, and this is you can just name it as you want, start, run, or whatever as you literally like. But for now, we can just meet simply the start script with nodemon index.js. Alright, now when we can just say npm, and to access this we'll just say start, which is the script that we wrote here. Alright, let's just run it. You can see there's no env. Okay, anyways, it's now running, if we change something, save, you can see literally restarting. That is where it comes here. Runs again, node index, whatever. That is actually what it does. The beneficial of Node, which is pretty good. You don't have to refresh each time you do something, which sounds weird when you do it. Okay, then what we need to do is first let's start with the routing. Let's go to Google Chrome localhost just to ensure everything's working, and we have 4,000. And you can see we just send as a response for GET request. The browser usually is GET request by default. Simply, we do that. Main page, it should run that, right? It returns that back to this text pack. And we just do something like this. Say cannot get whatever. Why? Because we only handle this route here. So now what we should do is make the other routes, which is going to be custom for the items here. We can make it just API products, whatever. So we have the products item when we added it. Like each one have a text, title, description, size, price, images, and so on and so forth. So let's actually initialize the route. So what this is going to be is going to be app.use, and then we'll do API products, right? And the routes will just handle, as it will just have more functionality than this one. It won't be just as test or something. It will be added, just simply CRUD operation, like added, delete, update, and it will contain different routes. So not just get. So now we can just use the use method. So it just enable us to use everything inside that route, like deleting, updating, and so on, and we'll handle this inside the products routes. All right, we can import it, and then we could just create it. Okay, equal to require. We'll have a routes, and just the same directly here, and we'll just name it products.js. Why we just name it products, not just product routes, because we have in the folder routes, so just unique, no need for rename it. We can even just do route dot whatever, or some people does products route like this. Simply, I will just name it products.js inside a router folder. Oops, there's a shortcut. Create a file, paste this one. It's going to be create a folder with routes. Oops, insane. It just the break promodo mode, routes, and we have the file. This is a shortcut for this kind of thing. Snippet. Make a folder inside it with which is this slash, and the file name it products.js. Simply, that's it. What we're going to have in this just to let you know that we gotta have an error here. Why? Because we don't have this directly. It doesn't return anything, so that is totally normal. So we gotta just export the routes from here, so we can get it via here. Simple as that. So in the routes, what do we have? Which is we'll do the express, initialize it with the router, and we'll do the operation like get, post, delete, put, which is edit, and so on. And after that, we'll just export it. So let's start with creating the importing the express. Const express equal to require express. All right. Let's initialize the router. All right. Const router equal to express router. All right. And we can just get all products, and we can just get a single product. These are just routes when we do the admin thing or in the user side. We just only some like in the admin side, we would just need to add it as specific item, and just delete a specific item, like add it, delete, and we can just get its information for a specific item as well by its ID and so on. Just comment and then we'll do the thing. We can get for all or single or create a new product, which is gonna be just one, create by one, and would delete a product. And finally, we'll have the update operation. And at the end, we'll just export these all routes, which is going to be on that. Okay, let's handle first the get all products. So let's make it router.get. With the get method, we'll make it a slash, which is going to be by there directly, and we'll have a function to get all the products from the database, which is MongoDB in our case. So for this purpose, it's going to be a long function. So what we'll do a separate function for handling the schemas and all these things, controllers, so that way we can just be organized and so on. So let's just do function, just let's name it get products. Okay, this will be just our normal function, like just so you can just do reqres and do whatever you want, logging and whatever, right? But we'll do all this stuff in a separate file so we can just be organized for a specific route. Just we have a big application bigger than that, so we'll have multiple things like products. Maybe we have for social media things, we can just get the views, number of views, and we just have multiple things, so we gotta do we gotta be organized, right? And we'll have another get a single one by ID. So we'll just have to specify its ID. Well, how we can do this? We can just make it a dynamic route. What is this semicolon in this ID? Which is what will pass in the URL that we'll get. For example, we have // products, which is our main thing that we do here. All right. / I want to get a specific product by ID, so I'll pass in the ID of it. Let's do 1, 2, 3, whatever. This ID will get a specific product that have this matching ID. That way, we'll make it dynamic, because each one have its own ID. For example, if we're going to get the graphic print, we can just get it by its ID. Classic kern cotton. Simple as that. Alright. This one we'll just name it to be descriptive. We can get product by ID. This one will be create, and the create we handle the post. We just want to get more info about it. Not that much available, so its values are nice. Its ID will be simply that /1. Why? We don't gotta just we don't have to specify its ID. Why? We'll just auto generate it, so no need to create a specific ID, right? This one will be add product first. Let's make it create product. By the way, if we just asking how do I just double click like that, you can just press Alt Shift down arrow and you just copy or duplicate. And we have delete operation. Delete product, and finally we have the update product. Of course, it will be by ID. This one also will be by ID. Why? When we delete, we gotta do specify a specific ID. It will be the same as that one. If we just want to do our operation with a specific product, we gotta specify its ID. If we don't need, like this one here and here, there's nothing to do with the ID. We don't need to get a specific ID or something. This specifying ID, just do an operation for a specific letter, specific item. And we'll have also here, this is called dynamic routes. Node.js, simple, just you do that kind of thing and the route of it. So this one is dynamic. That is in Node.js. And also in expo. This is route based as well. Lastly, what we'll do, we will you gotta just export these stuff. So let's make model dot exports. This one will equal to router. Of course, we'll get an error. Sure, why not? That is totally normal. So we gotta just get all these function. We don't create it yet. So we'll import it from another file. It's called to require. And why we just separate it, we just have to be organized, right? So that's why we do separate functions and specific operations and so on. So what we'll do, we will have that controller, and it will be controllers instead. Inside it, we'll have the product, and we just, same as here, we can just name it product, as it does doesn't look special when we have the controllers. It's inside a folder, but yeah, we can just name it product controller. It's fine. Or keep product, gonna be the same. Could just be unique. Product, why not? Dot yes, sure. That will be the route, right? But we are inside the route, so what we'll do is reach to the main directly. And now what we'll do, we'll just import these functions here. By the way, I'm just pressing Shift Option. In Windows, it will be Alt, yeah. Paste, middle mouse, middle button, and just to get more, more cursors. Name it. All right. Same trick. Let's make this. It will be in the backend directly here. Make a file, paste this, make controllers folder. Inside it, which is this slash, what it does mean. Inside it, make a product.js. And we have it. Here we have it. All right. We'll have all these here. Let's do it here so we cannot forget. Oops. So we will just make that functions and we'll export it. So we'll have it ready. So let's start right away with the get product. Const get product. It will be synchronous. Let's get the request. Oops. Response from the route. And let's just for now do what? Try catch. We'll have try catch in this stuff. Just say send. We are getting products, or just simply get products. Oops. and we can set status before we send a body response, like that status. We specify its status code here, as you can see, 200, which is okay. This means successful. We can do send JSON if we just want to do a JSON format. This is gonna be JSON message, like that. This is the JSON response, right? And that's it. Just like that. And same for the error. Let's do 500, and we will just return the error. You can just get rid of this brackets. Let's just quit it because it's noisy at the time, because we need to focus. But you gotta just take some breaks between, Okay, we have the status for error and returning a JSON error if we have it. And we'll do our logic here. But we are just, this is a sample, not the whole thing. So let's make all the stuff so we don't have more errors, to get rid of this error in the terminal. Simple one, but we just, and lastly, update product by ID. I know it sounds weird, so minimize it like that. So we focus on the one, go to the next one, and do it, and so on. What we'll do here, after doing this, we gotta export it. Exports, we have multiple functions, so let's make them. Same option, select, comma. Okay, later what we'll do, we'll just get the database by ID, pass it, and all these kind of things to handle the dynamic ID. You can see now if you just press on a specific import, it will just get here. So we just exported it. See, no errors. Can't see here. Let's clean it up. No errors. So what's remaining? What's remaining is to first, what we'll do, we need to first set up database, then come here to do the logic controllers functions on it. For example, getting this the ID of a product, if here of course, and return its properties and data. Here we will create a new one with with MongoDB, so we'll have its own things like what it was dating, for example. It's just simple like that. You have the create operator for creating product, create and pass in the properties that we want, deleting, updating, and so on. Logic function. Then what we'll do, what should we do? At the end, we should or actually before that, no, not before. Then we can just do connect the server with MongoDB Mongoose. Yeah. Connect to, just let's shorten it. We'll do this. Before. Connect the servers with Mongoose. Set up the database. Logic function. So when we create a database, it will, as it's connected, so it will create based on this database here that we set it up. And the schemas that will happen inside the logic functions. So let's start with just to ensuring everything's working. We should visit /epy, just see it epy /products. What that does, this navigate over these routes that we exported here. You can see the routes here. Navigate to it. You can see here. This is the router here. All right. Which is inside it we have the //. This will get all the products which we do handle in the get products. If this sounds clear. So if we get over this one, we should see this message as a JSON get products. Alright, let's do it. Navigate. You can see JSON file with get products. This is 200, of course, as we just got it. So let's actually go to the index file and start connecting with MongoDB Atlas. That will happen simply. Just search for MongoDB Atlas and navigate over it. Sign in. Now just sign in. This is the completed project, so let's create a new project. Press that project name. 𝗕𝗂𝗶𝗽 YouTube. Nothing new. Press next. Members, nope. Create project. This one also. This is the only email. Cluster. We gotta do cluster to have. Let's go with the free option. 512 megabytes. It's nice for our case. And choose whatever you want. Not a big deal. Create cluster. It's free, so Oops. First, we gotta do a few steps to able to connect to our application. First, we'll do set up a connection security, adding our IP or allowing from anywhere. Then we can choose a connection method and then connect it to our database in the code here. Of course, we gotta store these in the .mv. This first, because we will just replace it. See the password. This is DB user. Alright, create. Choose a connection method. Do the driver using you can just say access your outlet data using MongoDB native drivers, Node.js, Go, etc. %. And we did that. We installed the MongoDB. Sure password. Oops. That env. You can just say const. Oops. Let's make it an uppercase. MongoDB URL. It's gonna be this one here. And press done. Of course, we'll have some errors. Why? Network access. You would just add IP. Allow access from anywhere. If you have any problem with network, you'll just do that and press confirm. Not sure if I'm going to get an error with that. So just to let you know that not always you get the password and the user replaced. So if you didn't get that, it will just get like password here. So make sure you have the password right. And the user is already replaced, right? Anyways, we'll have also the port that we'll use, which is 4000. Yeah, that's it. Go to index. We'll use Mongoose to connect and run our server. Const MongoDB URL. We'll just fix that with letter O to have it. It's just a typo. Alright. And what we'll do, we'll get it via the process.env, process.env dot the name of our thing and the environment variables. You can just grab it from here, put it here. In the port, do the same. So you can just do that. This will be a callback. If this is not found, it will go that one. Okay, cool. Now what we'll do is we will do connected, right? Mongoose.connect. To connect to that URL. You see, it have the URI, which is a string that we store here, in the options. If you want to do some options like, listening or whatever. Just no. These options for just for creating the connection. So I'm like, okay, anyways, let's make then the function on it. What we'll do, we will run this. If this is after this is connected, then make it listen to that port and say, let's just modify it. Connected and running on port. What was the port here? If we can just say http://localhost and the port, which is gonna look like this. Only for the extra things, you can create it in a dynamic string. Be able to get it right. Alright. Now you can see it. Press, get it. That's it. Because you see this connected and running, so that means you're not getting errors. You just connected it successfully, right? Let's make the dot catch. So if we have any error, it will just let us know. Just log at the error that we are getting. Log error that we got. Sure, that sounds cool. Do we miss anything here? Right now we have initialized and connected the MongoDB. So what I've done in the main file here is create the Express application, make some cores, config, and we have the default // Alright, and we have the other 𝗵𝗾𝗾𝗃 that we done in the product routes, mixed routes, to make sure we have separate thing. You have all this stuff like get all products, single product, create product, whatever. Create each one with a specific function to be organized. It's going to be in the controllers folder. For that, we have done this kind of get product. So now we'll set up the database. Now we just got this connected successfully. So we need to set up the database to able to say, well, we'll say like title, description, this kind of category. Now let's move into set up the things. In the directly itself, we'll create we'll have product model.js. Okay, we'll just make this one unique. So the models and the inside will create the product model. Awesome. So what we'll have here is we'll have something pretty cool, which is doing the schema things in the database. That, for example, we just say the title, which is type of string, price, it will have the price, sizes, and so on and so forth. First, let's start with importing the Mongoose. So const Mongoose equal to require Mongoose. Then what we'll do the types of product. We'll just name it product model. We'll just say product schema to have better naming. Product schema. To do the schema, and this schema contains types of product. New mongoose.schema. Yep, schema. You can see definition, paths, all these kind of things. We have the option if you want. Yeah, that's it. So let's make it. We'll have the name of the product. This name, you can just say string. If you want to, string capitalized. And if you just want to specify if it's required or not, like you can just make up brackets. Let's say the type of it will be string, and required field will be true. So that means it will be required. It's duplicated. This will be the description. Alright. And also we'll have the process. You can see title, description, and the sizes with its price. So let's make it. This one is going to be a little bit more custom. So because each one have its own size, price. So we will make a price thing, price schema. So const item price schema equal to new mongoose schema. This will have the price, type of number, because we have the price of number, of course, like 0.5, whatever, and we'll make it required to true. And then we'll have the size of that specific product. Type is going to be string. And we can just specify the enum type. What is enum? Enum is util that it will be one of these values, like small, medium. Here you can see small, medium, and large. So let's make it. small, medium, and large. Alright, we have also true, so both of them is going to be required, and the prices is going to have type of multiple item prices. What that means, it will the specific product will have multiple prices and multiple sizes. So that is why we do it here like this. Inside an array. That is why we put it in an array. We have the average rate. We put here. We'll just hard coded it. We don't make it average. Rating. Type number. And it will be default to 4.5. We'll just hard code it so we don't have just all of them are 4.5. Oh yeah, we just make it dynamic, so can hard code it, but no need for this average rate, as sometimes we want that much handle it, like in the admin or so on, the user side I mean. So it won't be required, so the admin can just let it go as it is, and you'll have the rating count. Rating count wouldn't display here, but we do it in the admin. We can actually just skip it as we don't use it. Do the images. Type only multiple strings. Alright. Array of string, like we'll have image 1, path of course like _HTTPS, and so on, and we'll have image 2 and so on. This is an example. It will be like this. It will be, of course, required. Sure. And the brand of the item which we display in the home screen here. Just copy it. It won't be required. You have the category. Like like t-shirt, shirts, hoodies, sweatshirt, jackets, pants, and so on. All these categories here. Type of string. They don't have the enum. All these stuff. T-shirt. You can just copy one by one here and do it. Shirt. Oops. We can just duplicate it. I think I'll be just faster than the copy by detecting. We have hoodies, sweatshirt, jackets, pants, jeans, shorts, suits. Anything else? Traditional wear. Oops. Shoes. And lastly, we have accessories. Alright, fine, we just ended this enum thing. And the default one will be just it will be t-shirt. Let's just make it t-shirt by default. And the quantity will be type of number, and we'll have the default will be 1. It won't be that much needed, as you won't handle in the UI or the UX or even the admin. Not sure if we just handled it. Not sure. Not remembering. And lastly, what we'll do, as we saw before, we have the options to specify here. So what we can do, let's make options into timestamps will be true. This will just get the ID and these kind of things. As you can see, timestamp the option tell MongoDB to assign a create at and how to field to your schema. Types it in date by default. The name of the field are create at and update at. Customize fields by name setting timestamp create at and timestamp update at. This gives us the dates when we created it, updated it. Sure. And finally, after this kind of long journey, we gotta just export the schema to use it outside the component. So export module dot export it will be mongoose dot module, and the name was, we'll make it a product. This is its name, so we can get outside, and it will be just the product schema. They have this long stuff. Oof, finally we have done it. So what we have done, import MongoDB Mongoose, create the schema with each type. We have the price and the other options here, name with its type string, and some are required, right? Images, brand, category, quantity, and so on. And then we just export it. Simple as that. It was just clear. This is controllers. So we did the setup database. So now it's just for the logic functions. First, let's just import the product module to use it across our application, like modifying it, like make some functionality on it, like find, filter, delete. That will happen on it based on these functions here. So let's say const mongoose, as we'll need mongoose, equal to require mongoose. Then we'll have const product. This will be our let's just say what we call it. We call it product equal to require. It will be from models slash product model nodejs. So what we'll do here, getting all the products is simply super easy. We'll do let's just store this as a constant products will equal to await, as this is async operation. Get the product, which is this one, okay. Dot find all these things, and we'll do, we won't filter anything, so no need for it. Dot sort, this sort will just say, hey, yeah, I want it in a specific format. For example, we can do it by created at -1, which means this created at will sort it by created at. The newest is the top. Okay, so if we just make this one, for example, in the top, just for now, it will just display it on the top of the data. And what we'll do is, after storing this as a constant, we'll just return it as a JSON. So what we do, we say here, this will be a success response, and this will return the JSON of products that we have. Also, we'll just test everything in Postman before we do the admin or anything. Okay, so let's say we don't have any data yet, so yeah, let's just test this function first. We shouldn't get any data, just empty array. Yeah, we have 𝗕𝗵𝗺 here. We have localhost 4000 API product. What out of this one? This is our main thing, okay? And we have API product, which is this one route here that we use it for product routes. And if you notice, product routes, for getting all the data, we just make it / means. This will be just 𝗵𝗾 products / this will get all the product, will return it. This one will be a get request. This will be get request. You can see it here in routes. Where's routes? Not here. Product routes. This will be a get request to get all the data. So let's make it. You can see empty array. So by the way, you can, if it is a get request, simply can head to Google Chrome, and you can see this also empty array. Okay, this one is working fine, alhamdulillah. And if we just have an error, we'll just say, hey, this is an error, and we will return it with 500. There's server error, okay? Then what we have is get product by ID, right? What this will do, we get added, we gotta get it. We'll get the ID of that product for asset parent, means if we have 𝗵𝗾 products, then / will have the ID of that product, right? That is how we get asset parent in the URL itself, right? So what we'll do, we will get the rec that params, okay, and we'll get that. We'll get from the params, from the request params, we'll get the ID of that product. Simple, that is passing in the client side, and we will just get that specific data, product for that specific date product. Not sure how to say it. Specific data for a specific product. Yeah, that's the right way. And yeah, that will do. We'll say, hey, if we have, if we don't have, just remove this. Let's replace this one. If we don't have this ID, we'll do message saying this is error and there's no ID like this one, invalid ID. Okay, so we'll just shorten this comment. So check for ID validation. So we'll just do if mongoose dot type types the object ID that is valid. This one is valid ID. We'll return saying, we'll say here, we'll return with a status of 404, which is not found, and with an error message saying not a valid ID. Okay, pretty cool. But just let's modify this 4 to 400. Why? This means it is not valid. Like means right valid ID validation status. And then what we'll do, we will then check. Just we need to ensure everything is right before we return this specific ID data, right? We cannot return something we don't have, right? So we'll do check if not found. Let's copy this, duplicate it, move it down. I'll just say, but actually just store the product inside. Let's just get the product first, then we'll say if it's found. If it's not found, we'll return an error saying it's not found. If it is, just proceed, right? So we'll store it, const product equal to await product dot. Or just better to name this as collection is not going to be a product. It's better naming it to products. Why we just check in the products, not in the product. So this should be a typo. We should have it. Products. Prove that. And in the model, so export it as a products, not a product. Alright. Just make sure things are well written. Products that we will get it by its ID. So we'll say find by ID the ID of that product we got in the request pattern, right? Here we'll say if no product found, if there's no product with that, return it with that ID. What we'll do, we'll say it's not found, which is 404, and we'll say no such product. No such. Then if things go well, like there's such a product and it is valid, so what we'll do, we'll just return a JSON of that product data, right? Cool. Now to test this one. No, just we cannot test it now. So we don't have real product ID. But if we just want to test it, we should get some error. Why? Because we don't have this. This is not valid ID. Let's get it. This should be get product by its ID. We pass the param here, as you see. You see, not a valid ID. Okay, sure. It is not. Okay, now we got that. Let's move into create product. So what we'll do in create product, we'll have everything we need to get from the body. So in the request, we can just pass it in the body, and with these data, we'll create the product. So how we do this? We can just copy. Just minimize that one. Copy this one. The pattern means it's from the URL, but we'll use the body to send it from the body request. Alright. So what we'll have is we'll have the name of the product. Alright. And we'll have the description. We will just go to the details of the description, and we'll have the images, and sure we'll have the prices, category. Oh, just do the brand and category. basically everything that we need to do. You can just go to product model, and you see name, description, prices, average rating. Alright, we have all this data from the request body. So what we'll do, we'll create a product with that thing, okay? Just move this one outside the try and catch to make it a little bit more clear. What we'll do, create product with these data. But one thing that we need to do is, if we'll just grab an error message from here. So we won't copy each time. We won't do it each time. If there isn't name, which is a must, description, or this is an or operation, there's no description, or images which we do have, we gotta do it. Or if there isn't, prices, brand, category, which is a must as well. Basically the things that are required. Category, we do it. Oh no, we'll need that category because it's not a required field. So name, description, images, prices, brand, and we're good to go. If there's one of them is not found, it's not passed in the body, what we'll do is we'll return 400, which is a bad request. Missing required fields. This is check. If required fields is here, then we'll create it. If things are here, I mean, if we have the required field that we must have, we'll create the product with these stuff. Like, let's store it in a product equal to await products that we'll do create. We'll have all these stuff. Name, description, images, prices, brand, category, quantity, and average rating. Alright. We have all this, right? And then we'll return the JSON of this file that is created. Because it's also return a message and say, hey yo, product created successfully, and we want create the print or return the product data. But yeah, would just be fine. We did product, we'll just return the product created now successfully. Alright, any error, it will be a server error. If otherwise things are good, might be an error here. Okay, now we gotta do something. Get a name, description, images, process, brand, and try to create, just to make sure everything is working correctly in our function. Alright, this will be a post request, because as you see here in products Node.js, you'll have post request to create a new product. Alright, so what should we do in the body? Yeah, this one is ready. Awesome. We'll have the name. Alright, description. We have the images, simple images, sample, prices, size and its price, and category, brand. Alright, average rate, rating, quantity. Now let's try to send a request. Now things but a second, what we'll do, we can make an error. There's no name, so we should return an error saying, hey yo, there's no name, missing required field. You see, let's just refresh. Pretty, you can see missing required fields. But now if we just got back the name, just okay, you can just see it. Oops. You can see name. We got back the data, and because we are getting we are doing timestamp, so we're getting update at and created at, which is pretty amazing. Now things working correctly, alhamdulillah. Then what should we do is we have created the product function. Now we should be able, let's just test with that get product by ID. Alright, read the request, grab this ID and pass it here. No, not here. Why is it not working? No, there's no copy in this thing. Let's try pretty and try to do it here. Get request to that specific noun. We won't get anything. Send. Now we should get the data of that kind of thing, and yep, we are getting the data of that product, specific product. For example, if you just read that 7, which is wrong, send, refresh, you see, not valid ID, which is pretty cool. If we just put 5 extra, we just replace it so we get not found, not valid, okay, which is absolutely amazing. Now we will just return to the next one, which is going to be deleting a product. Deleting a product, it will be just simply at that. You can just get this created by ID, and it will modify this like a little bit amount of things like the operation that it does done, and we'll just explain everything. Okay, first the user have to give the product ID in the URL, which is we extract it from the param. All right. And then what we should do, we should just make sure we have this ID validated, right? And we store this one. But this time, what we'll do, we'll say we're just doing here find by ID. But we'll do find by ID and delete. Find this product by its ID here and delete it, please. If there's no product, we'll say yeah, there isn't. If there is, we'll say yeah. Message, just her message. Product deleted successfully. Let's get some product. Oops. Let's get back. Yeah, let's pass in the ID that we got. Okay, sure. Now let's test. We should have get the param, get it via param, check for validation, and delete it. If there's no product matching this ID, we'll say yeah, there's no product like this. If there is and it is deleted, we'll say yeah, product deleted successfully. We are printing the ID of it to just let the user that we deleted this product specifically that user requested. You see this one? So this is the same, but we will say delete. Why? In the products here in the routes, what should we do? We do a delete operation, right? Now let's try to send. We got, oops, just gotta do it, right? This is the right ID. Before that, let's make it wrong. So what should we do? We should get an error saying not a valid ID. But if we just corrected it and send, what should happen? It should delete that product with that specific ID. In return, hey, we deleted successfully this product with that ID. Let's refresh. Oops, there is something wrong. Product, this ID. Just have to make sure. We gotta just make sure everything is right. Okay, first, let me get all the products just to get the right ID, because I'm not sure if I'm getting it right. Then we'll copy the ID of that product like this. And we need to delete it. That ID, passing that ID. What should we do? Message product deleted successfully with that ID here. We should just print a better error. Not like this. Instead, make a dynamic string and pass in the ID here. Alright, now we have done the deleted successfully. So, lastly, what should we do? Updating. Updating is also pretty simple. Just all these operations that done by its ID, it's just kind of the same. So we'll just copy, paste. What should gonna happen? We'll get the ID from the URL as a param. Check it. It should be valid. And what we'll do, we'll find, instead of deleting it, we'll just find by ID and update. Alright, But one thing that we should do is we should updating with the data that we have, all the data that we have, like name, description, prices, and you can just see all the things here. So how we can do this? This will happen by passing that first parent will be the ID. Then we'll pass all the data. So you can see here the ID, and we passed it, and the updated data that we should do. So we can just simply do it _rect.body. What this means, we are updating with all data that we receive in the body, right? That is the meaning of it. But one important check was just product updated successfully and its ID. Now we can just return its new data. This is right. Now we check, we get the ID, and here also we get into data, so we should pass it in the body, and we should, get the product, store it in a constant. If there's no product, means if it's not created, we'll say field. Instead it will be just no such product. Why? Means this product by its ID is not even found, right? And also we'll just pass some options. It's gonna be new. New is going to be true, which means it's going to be updated and move it up, right? Or handled as a new one, right? One thing to enhance this one is not required, but just for enhancement, get the body, and we'll get where it is. Great. Yep, getting all this. Where it is here. All right. We need to check. That is enhancement. Why? We should make sure that the user is really passing the required data to update. So name, description, image, price, brand, missing required field. If there's one of them is not found, you gotta just pass all of them. Or we can just let it. Okay. Just let it as it is. And if the user just passed their name, what will happen? It will only update its name and keep the rest. That is how we do it here. So it's not really that much important. So that depends on the status of what we're doing, right? So now we have done all the functions. Let's go one by one to ensure everyone is getting the idea of it. What do we do? Products is getting from the schema, from the model, and we find all of them and sort it by the newest one, and we return the results that we get. By ID, getting in from the parent, validate it, and then return the product. Create product, get the data, ensuring we have the required data, and we'll create it and return it. Simple as that. Deleting, just I think that is super obvious. I hope you just get all of the ideas what we're doing. I think it's super simple. Hope you got the hang of it. So now we just should have the backend ready, routing, functions, controllers, and just one thing to enhance, but not really required. If we just that product, say product controller, to make it just like super simple to see it. It's like say products, whatever. It's like this, which is pretty insane. Also, let's make this products, not product. Yes, no. I'll just handle it from the routers. Say products, not product. Okay. All right. Let's actually do it. Products. Let's make it products route. Yep. And here we do it in the index. So just rename it. Make sure it is working by command or control, press it. Alright. And in products, here in controllers, you can just rename it to controller. It's updated when you just say updated. Okay. Now everything is working. Getting all the products by API products. These are all the products. And if we want to get a specific product, we pass in ID. And we want to make a post request. And we're good to go. And yeah, that's it. Now we have tested it, the backend with Postman. So what we'll do, clear everything. We gotta do the admin page. Now before we just do the admin page, there's some plans we need to go through. We'll just set up the project first, then routing, and work on the home screen, which is like this one. Also just prepared around the final version so we can look at it, take its UI, and do like it. So yeah, just to make sure we do real like we need to. Anyways, so we have some patterns, navigation, and filtering, and so on. So yeah, that's it. And there's some component we'll use from 𝗕𝗂𝗀 and Ancestry. Anyways, so let's start with creating the project. Alright, so just head to, you can just search React Vite tailwind. On the first link, you'll get that page, which we are in right now. So first, we'll say, let's open a new command, dot, and make sure you are in the main directory, not in the backend or the front end. We are in 𝗕𝗂𝗃, which means we are in the main directory. Okay. Let's create npm create vite at latest, and we'll name our project admin. Right. Let's press enter. Select a framework. We'll go with React. Right. React with TypeScript. Yep. TypeScript. Use roll down Vite experimental. Nope, we don't need it. Install npm and start right now. Sure, I do want to. Now just install the dependencies with npm and just run it. You can see. Oh, by the way, you'll just bring that readme file outside so you can get it simply, easily. Okay, and that's it. If we just run command press, you'll just say simple counter app, just simple React Vite project. Edit source app.tsx and save to test 𝗕𝗃𝗺𝗃. Okay, let's just get it app.tsx. Oops. App.tsx. Yep. And source app.tsx. RFA. This is React Native Function export, but we will do REFC, which means React Arrow function, which will be like this one here. You can see this is ES7+ extension. If you just search for the extension, just so useful. ES7+ version 1, download it, and you'll get to go. And you'll have all these commands and more even. Okay. So what we'll do first, we'll set up the routing, right? We have to set up the project, but before we move on to the routing, make sure we do the split it, set up that tailwind, and all these kind of things, as we do need it. Pam install tailwind CSS Vite. We are in V 4.1, which is the version of. Just make sure we are in admin, cd admin, and here we go. I was just installing these dependencies, and then what we'll do, we'll configure the Vite plugin. We'll add this tailwind CSS Vite plugin to your Vite configuration. So when we get to that file, Command P or Control P just to search files. Get it. That's it. What we'll do, you can see plugins, tailwind CSS. We have React, so comma, and pop this. But this will come from tailwind CSS Vite. Alright. That's it. See, server just started and everything's fine. And what should we do? We should do this import CSS at the CSS file that we are using, which is the index.css. We don't need this app.css. We just search on it. We don't use it. Alright. Okay. We just use the index file. So to use tailwind across all the applications, so we gotta just make at the top import it here. Alright. And we'll run it like this. Right. And we do already run it, so yeah, why not? Let's restart. Oops, cd admin. Make sure you are in admin folder. Alright. And here we go. We have empty files as we just removed the content inside. So let's test if just things are working. So let's do a class name. Text white. Also, by the way, if you are not getting intelligence completion, you can just say search for tailwind CSS. And we'll get this first package here, tailwind CSS intelligence, which is absolutely amazing for this purpose. It does autocomplete, give you the colors, and give you options like just super useful. You gotta use it. You just say now is with white color. Now it works. Let's just say flex to make it display flex. You can see that it's CSS property here. So if you don't understand it, if you don't see this one, for example, you'll select this, you'll press on that arrow, it will expand it. Okay, this is displaying it to flex just fine. Let's say center, just to see it in the center, item center. Well, this is just to make sure everything is working. Let's make this text thread. We just need to make sure it works. Alright, it doesn't work. We have a problem. Rad 500 shit. It works. The problem, we just identify its accent color. Bruh. Okay, it works now. So this mean dev will have. This was just a test, right? Now let's move into creating the routing system for our application. We'll have with screen, alright, which makes it full screen here. And if we just hover over it, you can see width is 100 VW, which is whole width, okay? And height will be also screen. So we don't need to make it a scroll or something. We just need it to be one screen here. Even just on in mobile devices or whatever, it is just fine. And what we'll have again is we will need to make sure it's right so it aligns with our needs. We'll set up the routing. For the routing, we'll just use React router. Pam install React router. Alright. What we'll do simply is let's import route and routes and the browse router. So what we'll do, this browse router is wrapping the whole application to enable the route through all the application. What we'll have is we'll have the route. This is like the grab of routes. Right? Routes. And inside these routes, we'll have each route with its own name. For example, I just have some properties like the path. For example, this one for home screen, so let's make one for home screen. And element, which is the component. And this will be home screen. Where this home screen is coming, we'll just create it. Source, let's make screens. Home screen.tsx. REFCE. And what should we do is alright, just want to try it. Okay, anyways, let's support it. Now, if we have, we can just import it from here. So we have the home screen route. So everything inside the home screen will render it under /. Alright. Let's make this one black so we can say, oh, not style. Oh, class. Let's make class name. Takes black. And you can see everything inside this /route, which is the home directly, or the home screen, will just display it. That's how it works. And we'll have two different routes. The second one will be then new product. When we create a new product, okay, let's make a screen for it. Create product screen. You just gotta make it descriptive, so anybody reading your code is gonna understand what's happening. Or you have to say, and let's also make class name text black. We'll just remove it. Just this is just for testing, you'd say. Import it. So if we just navigate to new, you'll see the create product screen. Alright. And finally what we'll have is the edit. Just to let you know, this new is becoming /new. Alright. And we have the edit /edit / the ID of the product. For example, you have a product here. Alright, this product here, we need to add it to it. So specifically this project. So we'll get its ID and navigate to its screen with its reusable data. So we'll talk through the backend through that ID. And if in the backend, even you can just use that routes. You can see we have the specifically for backend. So this is the same thing that we follow. So I will do make ID. This one makes it dynamic, as we have done in the backend here. So whatever after this added screen will be dynamic ID, right? This is how we make it dynamic URL. This will be create, not create. It will be what we'll do, we can reuse it, the create product screen, but let's just make added product screen. Let's be more organized, and let's create its screen here. /a import it. Now we set up the routing throughout our application. For example, just to see how it works, class name text red, right? So if we just navigate to edit / whatever string, this is how it works. This is dynamic URL, and through that we'll also use this one here to the backend. So we have everything is dynamic. Oops. Yeah, that's it. Now we set up the routes. So let's dive more into the screens. So we'll start with the home screen layout. Create the layout like this one here. So what we do, Let's navigate to home screen. Just be organized, close all, home screen. Alright, so what should we do? Let's navigate to, we just can see here. As you can see, here we have the input button, then we have the table and the navigator, the button, pagination, the name it. Alright, so we'll just go to React because I prepared this stuff. As you can see, we have 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. Everybody just want to do that. 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀 UI, React Vite. We got to go. That's it. Literally, we'll go with npm. So we added the event. Read these. The advice has to do the ts config. So let's do it. We're just running into the installation, right? For 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 for Vite with React. So let's go to that file. And we can, not React Native. We need to go to admin. Just do not forget that. A reference. We have the references. And this compile option, as they do use it, enter and setup and so on. ts config app.json, you get to it, command P. Just, by the way, if you just want to navigate manually, you do that. It's in here, in the same directly. It's in here, you can see. This way, just put this base URL to b.dot, right? And paths will be coming from source. Okay, let's do it. 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. Alright. Here we go. Base URL will be that. Me directly. And our paths, which coming from all everything, will be immediately in the source folder. And that's it. And what should we do? Make sure we do add vite config ts to app result paths without errors. Alright. It's just TS stuff. You can skip it, but we need to use TSS to make our code more clean, you know. In vite config, it's configured to use TS. Import the path and tailwind. We already have done that, so we'll just import the path. We have already tailwind CSS imported. And what should we do is resolve. We'll add this resolve ourselves. Alright, let's do it here. And here we go. We've done it. Alhamdulillah. After doing all this stuff, what we've done mainly, we just configured with TypeScript, as they do use TypeScript for their project. That's it. That we've done. We'll use the command to initialize 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 and set up for our project. So make sure you are in the admin and run this npx 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀 at latest in it. You want to install 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀? Yep. and we can able to use everything we need. Okay, we just wait until it's done. It depends on the network speed, and yeah, that's it. What configuration we will go with? That is a good point. Let's make sure everything is fine. So let's go to eccentricity. It's maybe strange. Anyways, I will do installation with CLI. Right. We'll go with me to say the name, the theme did use, so we use across all the components, as we do use some of the components from here and some other from 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝗃 itself. Zinc. Alright. Do you want to use CSS variable for colors? Oops. Bruh. Oh, it's fine. We just like to use style. It should be New York zinc, the color, base color. But anyways, here we go. Oh sure. Now we are done with 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝗃 configuration. Now we able to add any component they have. For example, the button, which we do use it in here. You can see, and I believe here as well. So yeah, let's add it. But first, let's look at their button, what it does, and what it have, and what it will benefit us. So we can just Command F to search, or if you want, search across all the documentation, Command key, and search for button. Enter, of course. That is their button. That's it. And their code is simple. Import it, use it. That is the whole thing. So they also show it how we do it. So let's do it. Why not? Let's add the button. We just use impact 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝗃 at latest add button, and just installing it. Adding to components, you just say to add it under components, UI button, right? And if we the good thing is about 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝗃 and these components, if we didn't like something, we can just go and modify it. We have everything. So in our this code, so something we don't like, colors, whatever, we can just modify it from here. And yeah, that's it. We got it now. So what do we need to do? One other thing. Now we just added the button. Okay. Something else we need to do also is filter names. No, I mean adding the button input field, which we do add it from eccentricity UI. All right, we just show it to you. Components and input, and you can see not here. Where do we use it? It was in the form. Let's search on it. Oops. While I'm doing this, I did search on it and put it here. And as you can see, to have these kind of awesome hovering effect, right? So I will do, we can add Accenture sign up form demo. Until you know what they do is they do add the stuff that needs to be added. I mean, if it needs to be the form, it does add it. For example, you can see input, they do add the input. The label, they do add the label. Whatever they need, they put it. Which is a prepaid, you should say. This is kind of example form. So we'll just clone it. It will modify it to our needs, right? And it's just to let you know that when we create a component, we have also a field here. So we'll modify it to ourselves. This is just to speed things up better than just, coding from zero, just speed things up. Okay. 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 let's make sure we have everything the required add component options monorepo path nub third CLI. Alright. You can now have numbers registered with chassis and fly. I'll add the following code: eccentric repository registration, components JSON, navigate, command P, enter. Where is registrations? It's just building on the top of chassis, but it just this is just an example. If we need to add it via the components, anyways, let's run the phone command to add the sign up form example. It will take sometimes as it adds multiple things like input, label, and have that sign up form, right? Everything is clear for you. What we do for these two components libraries, we use it to speed up our work. All right. So I will do skip everything we just added it. We'll just need the input and that button. So as you can see, the input is totally simple. We just say input with its ID. That's it. That is their input thing. Yeah, literally that's it. It is that easy. So what we'll do, we need to command P, home screen. I just prefer command P to make it easier for me. Just log out me by lost, find it here. This takes time, you know. Shortcuts is time saving, you'd say. So what we'll do, update your CSS configuration. We gotta do this. We gotta add this to not on the main line. Index.css in the admin source. We'll add this. We have it. So what I mean by we have it, I mean we have this inline theme. You can see it's two of them. So we want to just add this property that you need on the top of their thing. Okay, let's make it. All right. let's get rid of these kind of things. Let's get maybe the edit. Oops. Now what should we do? We should create the input with flex effect with its button, which is new title. Alright, let's go here. First off, let's make sure we have the flex full class name to set it to full width and height, with full height full, and padding 5. So we let some spacing, as you can see. Now we'll have that. Just one thing that you'll need to learn. Instead of dev and then class name, whatever, what you do, look at that. You do specify the thing that you want, right? And that, which make it the class name. You can see what it does here, okay? And you do the properties that you need to add to the class name. For example, the flex, you need to make it flex. And the space that we do add in class name, we add instead of it dot, right? Item center dot, which means space with full, and we will do justify between to make it space between. I think you got it. And finally, we'll do some padding y to make some spacing. Enter. We got the dev with its class name. That is just trick to learn. And then we'll have the input from components. Let's do it. Placeholder will be filter names. Let's say products. It will be better. Type will be text. Yeah, sure. And we will have the class name. We'll make it small devices. It will be just the width will be MD, which is medium. And sure, we have the value, but we'll just see it later. And we have the only change to tell it what it should do, right? And we'll just make it dynamic later, right? We just care more now into the styling. Save, declog, and here we have it. It looks amazing. You can see. That's it. That is how we do it. Fast and efficient. If it is not, we won't do it. Anyways, see what we do. Just to let you know what we do. This is the wrapper for all the app, for all the components, and we do divide it between them. Each section without its own dev, so be organized. For example, you just even comment like this: search and new call to action button, and that's it. It just makes it clear for anybody reading your code or whatever, if you're working in a company or whatever. Alright, anyways, and we will have the button. This button, what it should do, it should go to create new product, which is /new. That's it. So what should we do? We should wrap it, instead of dev, we'll wrap it with link, right? This should be dynamic, not the general button we do wrapped from 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝗀. So it will have its own link and so on. Anyways, it will have link as a wrapper. This is our custom. It will be from React router, right? This link expect to property, which navigate to what we need, which is new in this case, to create a new product. I have a class name, which is 𝗵𝗾𝗾𝗃 to make it blue background, and for the hover effect, we'll make it opacity 90, rounded MD, medium rounding, which have some, some rounding like this. And yeah, we can give it some padding for in x-axis and padding y1, flex item center, space x of 1, and that's it. And we'll have two things: the plus icon, it will be plus square, you can see, limited icon. This is out of the box when we install 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗀, which is pretty amazing, to be honest. It just gives us out of the box some cool packages we can use across all of our application. And our class name will be width for text will be white to make it just small as that one, and it will be in white color. And we'll have the h3 with create, and which would have let's have a class name of text small, font semi-bold, not fonts, font instead, to make it semi-bold, like not that much bold and not that much regular text. Text will be white, of course. We just saved, let's say how it looks. You can see it looks amazing. And if you press it, you can see what it does. It does navigate to new page, the new screen, the create product, new product screen. Right, here we have it. That looks amazing. This is filtering inside the products. This is creating new product, and that's it. It is a call out to action button and the filtering to filter what's inside the content here. All right, and we done that section. We'll move to the table section, which is this one here. Right, this table section, simply we want to do it. We just can get it via 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃 components. Let's go 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃, search for table. Let's say data table. How the other table looks. Let's say how our final thing looks. We actually need okay, just a little second. Let me just make sure which one is better for our case. This table, regular responsive table component. Okay, what should we do? We will use this one here. Let's take have a look. Turn it to light mode. Let's go with that one. It's fine. Let's add the table. Alright, we need to install this npm package, and we are going to build a table to show recent payments. We just need to copy this example and we'll modify the top one. Just let's say the documentation, what does this is just make sure be organized. The column should be in its file, data table, its file, page, its file. And we can just make it one file but with multiple components. Let's do it. So MongoDB is, let's just copy this example. Alright, and what we do, we modify it to our needs. So it looks like this here. Okay. Let's import all these kind of things. Alright. Much more errors. Alright, it's fine. Input. No, don't import twice. Actually, we don't need that input. We'll just get rid of it, just so I know. Then we'll have the data. Alright. These are all the data. Oops, where am I? And then sometimes they forget some values, so let's make this init to skip these errors for now. Oops. Unknown instead, okay. We need to export it. Alright. We'll have these kind of sorting, and we have these kind of values. So let's copy it. Also, another solution is we can just copy all these components, put it in a component, and just get it, see how it looks, and take the parts that we need. Which is going to be, not sure. Let's just continue with what we're doing. We'll just move out later. Alright. Lastly, but just look at that. What we have is the dev container for the input and the what, man? Just let's see it. It's example preview. You have the column, the drop down menu, and the filtering. Right. So let's copy it. Why not? Leave this first dev and the last dev. Let's paste it here and see how it looks. What's happening? Copy, paste. Okay, we have multiple errors. Yeah, it is sometimes just, yeah. We do have some problems. They say we have issues with that. It's not found. Yeah, we do have it. Actually, we don't need the checkbox in our final version, right? We need no need for the checkbox. We don't need it, right? And drop down menu. Drop down menu. Do we really need it in our application? Nope. Also, we don't need it. You can see there's no drop down menu. We even here. Oh, we do need it. Actually, we need it. So yeah, let's skip it. We will install it. Oops. Command T. Search for drop down menu. And install it. Simple as that. You just miss a component. You just install with their own CLI command. Lots of errors. You can see. That's crazy. Okay. With the chat box. Header. This header will contain select all, and let's see the other examples so we can understand what they do. All right. Oh yeah. Do we also need that kind of checkbox thing? Oops. Can just install it for now. See how it goes. Or actually, let's get rid of that. Now we got rid of some errors. Now we're running fine. Let's say how it looks. Errors. Command Shift. I just used to use shortcuts. Let's see how this works. Alright. What I've done, just to let you know what I've done, is I just said it was saying column is not is a type. It is not a component, okay? I just said, okay, true fix all with type only importers. We have 4 and we fixed it. Alright. Here we go. So, what we have here, you have the table, right? That's it. We have the table. So what should we do? We need to customize it to our needs, right? To our final version. This one also for filtering. Alright. What we'll have is, we'll have first the header will be name. Will be the name. Command D. No. It's not a good idea. Just header key and accessories key, in header, we'll be just change it to name. This capitalize. Alright. Just let know that they do accident via this XK. So search for status. Let's literally change it to name. Payment. Oops. So we'll change this type to our naming. So let's name like product type. No, just the type. And this product type will have what it will be having. We'll have the things that we need, which is oops, ID. Okay, it's fine. Name, category, price, all right. No actions. Also, we would need more types. If we do, we will add it. Product type. The name should be string. Yeah, sure, it's string. Drop down. This will be string. More errors. Let's see it. Where are the errors coming from? I see none. This will be product. We just rename it to our needs. So, all right. This functionality will move up to this one. All right. Then we'll move this one. We'll move this, and this one we'll just replace it with the functionality that this one does. Look at this input value, and on a change, copy it, paste it here. Value on a change. Alright, fresh. So what this one will do, we'll just search for whatever processing. We'll just search for email, okay? 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃. Yeah, now it works. The input, drop down, get rid of it. Wait, what's happening? What's wrong? Okay. We have the filter now works. Right? We have the let's name them and style them. Oops, I hope this just kind of clear what we do. I hope just I'm explaining well. What do? We do get the component and we do align it with our needs. Just customize it, you name it. Right? Alright. So what should we have? you see this one? When you need to make it in the center, right? And this, the inactive one will be white. Also, this one will just look like this when this one is more than this number. It's just a dynamic thing. So just cover it now. Get it out. Justify center. Alright. Let's get it out. And here we go. Give it some margin top 5 or something. Or instead, let's just make it some space X and padding Y. Space X to 2 4. Alright. Now you can see the text is really super hard to say. So let's make this one white. You see. Go to the input. That is the good thing about it. We can just style it as we do need. We do need to make this one white. The inactive one. What was its variant? Variant is outline. Right? Text accent. Text will be white. No. Dark. We're in dark mode. Not here. We need the text. What is the text? Border, BG, background, shadow, hover. Alright, that looks good. I feel it's just kind of dummy when it's, you know, like this. We need to make this kind of a bit smaller, you name it. Size small. They do have XS. What is XS? Just extra small, you name it. Oops, where is button? Alright, and we have the variant small h will be like 5. Oops. Put me to default. What it should be. Default. Well, actually, just break it down on how it works. Alright, the main thing is, you see, this table. This is the actual table that we do all the stuff on it. And this is coming from, this is a hook they do, and which have that data, which is actually in here, that data from here, right? Like this, tile ID, amount, name, whatever. Alright. And which have the columns. The columns is actually having some header name to just play here, and cell, right, which is going to choose whatever inside the row from the data. That what it does. For example, the name is picking the name fields. So you see these are from the data, and so on and so forth. And if you want to customize your header, it's fine. You can do a custom header here, like this one here. All right, that's it. That's how it works. And if we just wanted to customize also this hell, which it will do, like the third version here, we have the image and the name of it. So we need to customize it. That's how it actually works. Each column have its own some data, some value, and its data. So just customizable. So that is why it is super easy. Just like have the K, axis, or E, and header. All of them are customizable, header and cell. Alright, that is how it works, literally. And we have other things that actually just works inside that kind of filtering, and so on. So what it does, we have on sorting. These all are functions from this hook. They do provide out of the box in their library here. Use React. You can see it's from 𝗃 React table, which is a package for this purpose. We have the on sorting and the do set sorting, which is state. We have it here, so we can just do custom things like sorting, column filtering, right, and get column row module and pagination that we do here, and so on. And the state, of course, column filtering, visibility, and row selection. That's how it really works. How we do really is like hover effect, and even the kind of here, we say in the deployment we make a table, and that table have a header and table body. What the header is that thing here. And notice what we do here is picking the header grab and display it. This header comes from the column. You see in where it is in column. You can see the header name or actual customized thing, as you can see here. This one is customized, different from the name and the amount. That's how we can just customize it and use it. Alright, this is the header. And for the body, it's actually pretty simple. We do manage the length of that kind of filtering. So we do have pagination enabled. That is the reason for that. Alright. And if there's no data, we'll just display no results like this. Alright. That's how it works. Yeah, that's it. The pagination also is a custom thing that they do, which comes out of the box from 𝗃 table React table for the previous and the next page. And disabled if there's no get can next page, which is a hook also they do provide, which is simply saying that if there's no other like previous disable, if there's no next disable also. So what should we do now? We need to actually just kind of replace this data, these kind of names, this dummy one, and we will, from that email, we need to customize it to category. All right, now the price and the actions. These are the headers. So let's make the headers first. Let's actually do it. From the product type, we have name, category, and do actual category, yeah. Category, price, and actions. This will be a custom thing. Just let's make it for now like string. We'll just handle it later. This one too is gonna be like optional thing. All right. So what we have is the name, the column here. You can see this is the name header. This is the email. this should be changed to data. Let's first change name, category. Let's actually change the name first. Select something from the name and just make it unique, and press Command D to select all that related stuff. Option Shift plus arrow right, that's select the text. Let's say t-shirt, whatever. A B C or D, whatever. And yeah, that's it. We have the amount, which is going to be the price, right? Yeah, the price. This should be changed to the price itself. This should be let's move this up a bit so we can literally like. Alright, the price should be a number. Okay. For the name should be string, not number. And of the email. Email, we don't have the email in our list. So you can see these kind of things are disappeared. Why? We do select the email in the data. That is how it's relative. Just a second, let me just get the category now. Email, name, and category, price, actions. Okay. These are the stuff. Actually, we don't need it for now. Category. Category is going to be the replace for category. Okay, let's just let's change this kind of thing. Let's say t-shirts. This is just a sample, so pants. Maybe like, not sure. Socks, whatever. T-shirt. Maybe some white socks. Let's say again. Why not? Okay. These are the things that we need. If you can see, this is not still the email. I see that this one is custom. Okay, anyways. Now, if the category, price, and name will display the category actions later. So with the name, we are done. It works fine. Everything is the same. We selected it. We're doing it. And what will we need for that kind of header for the email? It will be named category. This is for the header, custom header. The access key will be also first. The access key will be category. All right. The name will be category as well. All right. Lastly, we'll have for the get row, it will be category. You can see now it works. Why? We are selecting the category row from the data. I hope it's clear. Alright. Now it shouldn't work. This shouldn't work. Why? Because we are still depending on the email, so we'll just change it later when we go over it. The amount is fine, but what we need to do is, with that amount, it will be price instead, not amount. So let's do it. Where is it? This one will be the price. This header name, let's make it price. And we have this amount we're getting by the price, not the amount, right? Now it just works fine. And that's it. We do specify it by the English US currency USD. And yeah, that's actually it. For the cell, formatted, all right. Now, let's go to the actions thing. Let's actually just, for now, we will just skip it, okay? Skip it for now, the actions. We'll just do it later. All right. Then what we have is, for the input, what we do depend on the email. And that's actually what we don't need. We will depend on the category, the name, actually. Now, t-shirt, A. Also, the only change, yep. The also name. That's A. You can see. B. You see? That's actually it. Actually, how it works. And we want to it's actually depend also on category. So not here for now. T-shirt. Now we depend also on socks. Just hold on. I'll actually do rank. Oh, just a second. One thing that we forgot. We should make this one white color on the text. So let's make it. Do not forget. It is on ghost button. So let's go to button. Where's the ghost? Where's the ghost? Is here. Let's make the text to be white by default. And that's it. On the hover effect, it should be hover text should be like white 13 or something. What we do have here, there's no hover effect, just the background popping. So yeah, let's not make hover effect. BG accent. It should work. Alright. Awesome. That's actually good. Okay. That's not bad. You can toggle it from top to bottom. Right. pretty cool. And oops, what is remaining? We need to make this filter also based on the category as well. So read the M. Okay, now let's just start with the actions thing. All right. So what should we do? So what should we have? These kind of actions here, and the category, price, name, and we have the actions. So let's make it. All right. We'll just move up. You can see here. We have the actions item, which is this one here. All right. So we'll move it to here to make it a separate thing. So let's make it. The ID will be actions as it is. And we'll have the header. Sure. We do need it. Let's name it actions. Alright. Well, what we are going to have is just need to control that kind of thing, the content that will display, which is should be these two icons. All right, and each icon have its own pop-out that just confirmation for deletion or whatever, and it will just go over the edit page and so on. All right, so how we do this? Let's just first let's make these kind of two icons. So let's remove all everything here. Alright. Dev, just delete now the dev dot whatever, which is the style. Default, if you just say dot, it just display as dev. So let's make small will be padding right 5, and we're going to have the transition to all, so we have that kind of smooth transition when we hover over a specific icon, and we have justify and alright, and we have a flex item center. Space X 1.5. Alright. So this will have two buttons. Two different buttons, okay? Alright, so we'll have two buttons. Alright. So let's make it button dot just to do the class name. So what should it have? It should have the border. Okay, we'll make it blue as you know. So let's say the finalized version. Hover over it, it's kind of black. Hover over it, it will be blue with its pencil. So the reason why it does just hover, change, reflect on the border of the div, and the pen is we have grub from Tailwind that makes the transition to be aligned with each other. So just depend on one thing. When you change it, everything will change. Actually, just to make it clear, order, okay, we'll do the classes. Okay, so what we'll have the edit page, edit button, which is going to be the pencil pen line, from Lucid. And what this pencil pen line, what it's going to have, you have class name of with is going to be 4, and we'll have the group hover. So what we'll do here to make this kind of hover effect, First of all, we'll do a grab. This is where based on it, when we just enter it, it does a change, okay? This is the grab, and what we'll have the hover, it will be border blue 500. All right, and we have the padding X of 1, and round it is going to be small. All right, so what we're going to have is going to have in the pencil, we'll have grab hover, grab, which is came from here, and we'll do a hover effect on it, which will make the text blue 500 as well. So this one will make it like this. Just the background is black, so we're gonna make it white at first. So yeah. All right, let's turn this one to the right. Let's do it. Use an edit. So we have that button. There's nothing, no class makes it, you know, black. So I think there's .css in the index on the button. Get rid of that. Should be just fine like this, right? And let's literally just get rid of these, so we have kind of more control of it. All right, pretty amazing. Now what should we do? We should do the next one, which is to create that kind of delete. All right, let's do it. Duplicate. This one will be something like the trash or something, you name it. All right, let's rename it to trash. All right, import it. All right, we have it changed here. So for the blue, we're gonna make it red. Okay. And by default will be red. Text. Red. 500. Okay. Pretty awesome. And what should we do? Looks good. Okay, we have a little bit amount of opacity in the red, and we hover over it, we increase the opacity of the red color. So let's make it. So what we will have first of all, what should we have? We should have, for example, the border will be red 400, right? And once we hover, it will be turned to 500, right? So let's also make this one 400, and when we hover over it, it will be 500. All right, pretty awesome. And one thing to do is, sure, you gotta do this cursor pointer, right? Cursor pointer to make it like this, so it looks better. Looks cool. One thing that we should do, you can see here, if we just press here, you'll see this dialect, right? So what is that one? Is a dialect from this is dialect, and when we press here, it just open it. We have two actions: cancel or continue to delete it, or cancel that action, right? So let's make it. This one will be dialect, delete dialect. All right. So what we'll have the alert But first of all, let's really make this kind of dialog thing. On 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝗀𝗀 UI dialect. You can see it here. See the dialect. All right. Okay, let's do it. If we just say alert dialect instead of just dialect, let's say if it does have alert dialect, yeah, it is alert dialect, like this one here. It's just the same as that one. Let's really install it first. cd into admin, right? And we'll just paste this command here. And this will add the alert dialect component. And users import these. Okay. Then what should we do? The button already exists. Would you like to overwrite it? It's fine. Why not? Okay, and what should we do? We should have these here. This will have the container, which is alert dialect. We have the alert dialect trigger, which is the button. We will just press it, it open it, right? Which is going to be the delete thing, right? And we have the description, title of that, and the actions, footer actions. So let's literally copy it, and it will go here, paste it. What should we do is look at this button here. We cut it, Command X, and we'll replace it with the open. Now let's back. When we press here, what it should do, it should trigger this thing. All right, let's do it. Let's see why it's not working. Oops, quite a bad thing. This is not good. So this we gotta just, make it inside the alert dialog trigger to able to make the action. Press, we have this thing. All right. Looks good. Cancel or continue. This gotta be also cursor pointer, right? Let's actually just, go to this component and okay. Okay. Do class name, cursor pointer. Cursor pointer. Where's pointer? There it is. So we have already going to turn to pointer, which looks better, Alright, that looks good. So what is going to happen if we press cancel? It will just cancel the action. Delete will do something. This is going to have onClick trigger, and this would be handle remove. and we'll just create it here. Const handle remove product and make that action. And for now, we'll just log remove product. This product here. Press. Alright. Can just see the log here. Isn't here, right? That's good. So what should we have again? Okay. Look at this name. We need to make it match. So we have the category. You can see this one here is not aligned. You can see. Okay. First of all, we'll just change this image here of that product here. In the name. Should be here. Alright. Okay, category. Nope. It only should be name. Accessories. Okay, what should we do? We should have header and okay. Let's go up and customize this name here. So what this will have, it will have a div as it is. Simply. Nope. We'll have the name. And the image, okay? In the name, we can just h3. We can just wrap it around this row name. Alright. And we'll have the image, the source. Also, just instead of just row and get val, whatever, what we can do is we can just do the item is going to be equal to .row.origin, like we are doing here. Where it is here. Okay, let's turn it to brackets. So we can do actions inside it. This will be item. Okay, instead of doing this, what we can do is only just item dot name. And it will be just the same thing. Alright, let's see. Same thing here. In the source, what should we do? We'll do the item dot image. Images. 0. And this should be placed here, right? Yep, this should happen. Let's just get rid of that error. What we'll have images. it will be multiple strings. It will be optional. Okay, pretty awesome. Now what you would do is implement these images. Let's literally make it after the name. Images is going to be, it's not real image. Alright, this is an image. You just put the URL of that image. Or we can do this. Put just a dummy image here. And let's also copy this image URL. For your case, you can just search on t-shirt image, and yeah, you can just pick whatever you want and just replace it as a dummy thing. Alright, and let's literally duplicate it. Oops. What is that? We copy this. Oh, so why? Oops, what is happening? Okay. We just are duplicating the same products here to able to display the images. You can just put, sometimes this will be up, this will be down. Alright, so item, okay, that images, and we'll get the first image. And instead of just making like, we can, if we just want to get rid of that error, we can say as string to remove the null. To remove that kind of null. Or can better to say this will be required, and it will just work just fine as that thing. Alright, so what we do now is to what? To give it an alt. Let's make the alt just this kind of improve that as that name. Alright, go to our thing. 𝗬𝗂𝗶𝗺𝗀. Okay, let's style it, of course. Simply, we'll have a class name of width of 6, and rounded, it'll be small. It will be also 6. That's it. And here, what will we do is we will do for that edge capitalized. We can just copy it, put it here to make that name is capitalized. And what should we do is make it row bottom center, and we'll do space X to give some spacing between them here. Okay, it will be 1.5, let's say. Alright, looks amazing. Okay, looks good. So we have the category, price, actions. Okay, one thing to do is we have, it's not aligned well. The price isn't good, action isn't good. So what should we do here? We need to make that kind of thing to be text right. For example, in the header, this one is good, you see, as it is the first one. We need to grab this one here and put it aligned within these items. For the header, we can just say, hey, yo, we need it to be on the right. Let's try first of all with the price of the actions. For the header, text right, we just removed it. Oops. We need to look down, see what is the problem here. For that cell, if we did justify end, we just give it some padding right. Padding right to like 7. Looks nice, right? The actions now looks better, which is good. But in small screens, we won't need it. Okay, looks good. And that was just the main thing. We didn't. Here we give padding right. Here we didn't, so that wasn't aligned well. But here we have the padding, so we gotta do the padding. But let's literally look at it, which is better. This one here. I think this is a little bit better than this one here. To be this one here as right as left. Okay. Okay. Let's get the price. Okay. Okay, we can just make this one here and that one here. It shouldn't be the left for taking this kind of space, and it will be left, so these will be aligned. Let's get rid of them. Okay. Let's go to the category. For the category, You can also make this capitalized, it won't be lowercase. Alright, not bad. We have the category. Text, right. It will be left as it is. One thing is just, to let you know that it is literally like this, but because we give here some padding, so it does not appear. So one solution is to give some padding, like 3. Yeah, we are good to go. That's it. Not bad. Not bad as well. Usually, admin will just get on mobile as well. So one thing we need to do is to make this header just like here. All right. Your table. Where we are. Table head. If we just said PG accent. Now we changed it. Which is not bad. Just good as well. Here is here. Okay. It looks nice. But we need to make this one blank. Because in the hover effect doesn't take actions as the background as the hover effect. So let's go to category and the header. Variant would be default. And we can see it is black, which is nice. So what do we need? T-shirt, pants, shirt. Oh, all right. Just filtering by the name. Add it and delete. Open actions. Cancel. Close it. Okay. So what should we do for the edit and the create? It will have different things. For the edit, it will just take the ID of that one and make it in the kind of URL to able to update it. The create will create a new product. Okay. Let's really make the UI of the create product screen. How it looks like this, which is literally nice, to be honest. It's capable to see in real time. We tap something, it does update, right? Which is good. Okay. In a beautiful plotting section. Sure. So let's make it. Okay, so let's navigate to the create product screen. It will have with screen, and the height will be also screen. What we'll have a div flex. Okay. We'll have flex column, but in larger screens. So it will be row by default. When we just make it smaller, it will be in column, and we'll get rid of that kind of view screen. As usually, no admin would use this kind of thing in mobile view. Anyways, let's make the max log to flex column, edge full, items center, gap x will be 12, justify between. All right, and what you would have, we should also have the padding of 5 to make some, spacing around this one here. You can see that card. Oops, this is usually the padding, the outer of these two. We'll have two things: the product form that we will do, and we have the preview product form, which is this, and this is the preview product component. So let's meet these. These are not yet done, so let's make them here. Product form, that is x or 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃, and we have the preview, where it is components, that is x or 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃. All right, and these two would have better to be in common. Okay. All right, let's import them from components. Get rid of that. Okay. Now we have these two. Let's start with the product form. Pretty amazing. We have a shadow and so on. So have shadow, class name first, shadow label, shadow input. Okay, and we'll have manager next to auto, and we'll have width of full, max width will be 5 XL. We'll have the rounded to none to not make it rounded. Visual will be white, padding will be 4. Upper MD will be rounded to XL, which is going to be rounded like this one here. Now let's make it like this. Can Alt Z to break in 2 lines. Alright. upper MD, it will be padding of 8, and it will have for dark, it will be bg black. Alright, cool. Then we'll have the file input uploader, which will be custom view like this. We'll just skip it for now, as it will be separate component. Then we'll have this kind of form here. So let's make it have what it will have. It will have margin y to 8, and of course also it will have on submit this kind of EI. Okay, on submit it will be handle submit product. We'll do it later, okay? It will be just empty for now. It will have a view for dev for this one, and a separate one, and we have this. So let's make it dev. This one will be merge bottom to 4, flex column, space y to 2, and we'll have the upper MD, which is what is more than MD. It will be space to 0, and for the X it will be 2. Alright, then what we'll do, we'll have the label, but this is the normal label. We'll have the custom label that we have done here. You can see same as that one here. So let's make it. It will be label. So if we just navigate to readme and in sign up form, you can see it looks like this one here. If we just want to make it quicker, it is the same things we're doing. You can just copy and customize it. Does not take that much time. Great, not great. It will be product 4. Alright, we don't need you. Alright, so this is handle submit. Shadow input, all these kind of things. You can just replace it all, but you can just skip it because we only need these devs here. This is the form. Or better, let's just copy it all and then customize it. So it's just the same, but we have this comment. Bottom gradient, we don't need these. let's also make it label input container. Let's copy these custom components. Anything we're missing, let's make sure we do use input. Alright. On submit product. Let's see how it looks. It looks like this one here. So what we need to do, 2 items, 1 place, and we have this kind of thing. So for this one is right, and for this instead we'll do the uploader. Okay, this one will be for uploading the products. Custom, for the custom uploader. Alright, and for the form we'll have product name, product name, brand, and we have description. Description. And we have these items here. But first of all, let's change the placeholder. And so on. So for this, it will be name. This is the product name. Alright. And for the input, we'll have a state, and for the ID it will be just name. Placeholder will be t-shirt. Alright, and it will be type of text. Now we'll just change the brand. Let's actually move to the main thing. Okay, for the brand, we would change it to brand. Okay, this is the label. Let's change its ID to brand. It's going to be something like Adidas. Okay. Alright. Type style is going to be the text. Okay, we have it here. But for this one here, we need to update it. Okay, the max width is going to be 5 pixels. Okay, just to be clear. That is the thing that we need it to do. It's super responsive, you can see. Which is totally good. Anyway. Alright. Then what should we do is change the description and align it with our needs. So this is going to be description. Text. Type is going to be text. Change it to HTML4 in ID. For the description, it will be, let's just say, an amazing t-shirt. amazing t-shirt made by blah blah blah. All right. All right. And then we have prices. Okay, type it now for, all right. And for the passwords, we don't need that passwords thing. Instead, what we're going to have is simply that kind of price, right? So make another dev. All right. A dev. This dev is going to have some like padding. Margin bottom is going to be 4 flex column space white 2, and we'll have more than MD medium screen. It will have flex row just to be flexible. Alright, and we'll have MD more than MD medium screens. It will have space Y0 MD just like that. So alright. It's going to be the prices, okay? So let's make it up. Instead, let's make a dev flex column justify around. Here we'll have the prices. You can see this is going to be a column to make the prices, and this one here a line in column. Then we'll make this kind of thing row. Alright, so let's make a label. And this label is going to have HTML4 prices. It's not going to be auto clause, it will be prices inside as text. And then we'll have that kind of dev that contains these 3 prices: small, medium, and so on. Flex row, space x of 2. Now let's make that kind of thing. You can just grab this one here, for example. And what it's going to have, first of all, no need for that margin bottom. Okay, for the HTML4, we don't even need the label. It will be just input like this. For the audio, we can just say price small. Or better, small price. Placeholder. Like this one here. And for type, it will be numbers. Okay. Number. There's only able to type numbers. If you just want to type text, it won't work. Just only the E does type. It is we need for I think infinite number or something. All right, we have the small. Now you can see that kind of, but we need to hide this one here. So let's make class name hide spanner. Now it should hide. We have it here. Nope. Just try to type text, it won't work. Alright, anyways, let's just duplicate this label to 3, medium, process ID, and medium as a placeholder, large. Okay, large. Okay, for the hot spanner, gonna get as a custom CSS property to hide this here. But for now, we just focus on what is important, and we'll just fix this one later. We have rating, we've done this rating, and then we'll have the category. We'll have the, this is the process, okay? Let's close it. After this one here, we need to meet the what? We need to meet that kind of rating and category. Alright. Alright. So what should we do? Put the margin bottom, no margin bottom place. Do not make it like this. Just normal. Alright, you can see nothing bad here. And then for the HTML4, it will be rating. And alright, and what we'll have as a placeholder is rating. Okay, ID rating, and for the type, it will be number. And we need to set a minimum, a maximum, and a step. What does the step does? Let's just make a placeholder as 4.5, for example. Minimum be 0. Maximum will be 5, and the step will be 0.1, which means when we just move up here, it will just increase by 0.1. Okay. Pretty cool. Last thing will be the category. Okay. Duplicate it. No need for that kind of class name. Okay, for the rating. This one will be category. Okay. There's no input. Instead, what it's going to have is a select menu, which is coming from /cn menu, menu. All right. Instead, let's just do that. Select. See this, like this one here. See that? All right. Same thing. So what should we do? Let's. Wow. Okay. Let's grab these. Oops. First of all, let's install it first. Alright, and any pending things. Alright. Let's first paste it. And we will have instead we'll do that thing, getting these, select add fruit, like this. It will be here. What is wrong? Okay, paste it. So we to grab, let's import it. All right, you can see. Sounds good. This will be dynamic. So we'll have multiple things, multiple items. All right. And the placeholder should be select a category. All right. Labels would be categories. As you can see. Okay. We'll take the remaining space. Be flexible, you can see. And for the height, of 32. What is wrong? The only thing that is remaining is okay. We need to make this dot the same as that one. Okay. All right. We need to make this one a little bit out of, so okay. Background should be matching. Where we are. Select trigger. Product form. Okay. What about this value? Nope. And this trigger. And what the input? Let's say the input. We need to have these. Let's see how it looks when we really replace it. Trigger. Alright, same thing, just same as these. Okay. Maybe just try between. Bottom center. Does it have something inside? Now it looks better. Pretty awesome. Now we have everything. Now we need to get rid of this, counter. It will be just get rid of it here. Process. We made a class, custom class for it, which is 𝗁𝗃. Where it is. 𝗁𝗃. And the process here. It's in here. What it's going to have is going to have the 𝗁𝗃 web chat inner spin button. Just do the enter. We'll have the webkit appearance to none. Immersion is going to be 0. Once again, we'll just have 𝗁𝗃 to be make it like text field. So total appearance is going to be like text field. Now just we get rid of it with that pen inner pen will be webkit appearance will be none. No more counter, right? And let's ensure we have that. text field. One's appearance will be text field. Okay. For compatibility, okay. Appearance onset. So get rid of that here. Alright. Now we are done with this. What is remaining? Oops. The UI isn't bad. Okay. Alright. We'll have, instead of these, we'll have this here at the top, as we are doing here. Alright. We're sign up. Sign up. Where it is. This here. We have this kind of separator. Okay. Let's get rid of this dev. Now it's better. Of course, we gotta make this pointer. Alright, now it's better. Okay, pretty amazing. Now what should we do? We should have that kind of, upload file. But first of all, before we do this, what should we do? It would be better to make this one dynamic. So when we change it, it will be just a bit easier to manage, Okay. Let's copy these. Const categories. Category. No need. Okay, we'll have label. Or instead, label and ID. Okay, just paste them here. It will be Apple as the ID, and the label will be Apple. You can just duplicate it. 1, 2, 3. We done this. Let's make that banana. Blueberry. Grapes. That is enough. Okay. And here, what should we do? We'll make a map. .map. This map will have a category. It will return that select item, but it will have this dynamic. It will be category dot ID, and this one will have the category dot label. Alright, let's get it out. To be just the same. You can see as we wanted to do. Pretty amazing. So it's now time for that upload file functionality. Just let you know that it does also support drag and drop or select. Anyways, what is wrong? These are not used, so let's get rid of them. Okay, these are just dummy. We change it later. Or instead, let's just second. Why not copy it from here? In the backend. What we've done in the backend. Product model. You can see these are the categories. Okay. T-shirt. Let's get rid of that. Banana. Hoodies. Sweatshirt. Jackets. Pants. You can just continue until you are done with it. Just got bored. You can just try it yourself. Okay. Just select whatever you want. Alright. And yeah. Now let's focus on the custom plotter. Not you. This is the file upload here. npm, yeah. Enter. Only have the on change. So this one is going to be better to have a custom component for it. If we just need to customize it or whatever. Do we use it? Okay. Let's just get rid of it. Custom file upload. Okay. We'll just import it. Custom file upload. Okay, let's navigate to it and start working on it. We'll have that kind of import these. After that, we have use state function. Use state. We'll have a handle function. Let's return that one. Now let's just, see how it looks. It looks like that, which looks literally amazing. You can see. Okay, looks good. Instead of drag or drop your images, we'll have drag or drop your files. So we need to change this one. Okay, upload file. You can just say upload image. Alright, would be better. Let's go inside this function file upload in the UI components and change this upload images. Same thing. Okay, now what's better? Okay. Now we need to customize it to do whatever we need to do. Just say if we just open this one, you can see this kind of floating indicator, this kind of, until it's done. We have the type of it, the size of the image, and the preview of the image, which is literally amazing. Okay. If you want more, let's, for example, do this one. Not sure what is that image. Nope. Okay, let's test this image. You can see it just reflects, so use inner width. So we need to customize it like this one here. Okay. At the time, it looks like this. Okay. So we gotta just, turn it to this look. Alright, now just one thing to do is, you can see, in the final thing, it does just accepting images, right? But here, see, it accepts everything, PDFs, anything, literally. So we gotta just customize this first. So let's move up. What we'll do is search on use drop, this one here, right? So what should we do? You can select multiple. Yep. Okay. We can select multiple if we want, and accept. Let's customize the accept. This accept is going to be is only images, right? All images that are in this column here, separate things. We have .png, .jpg, okay, and we have, okay, we can just remove this gaf image. So if it is WebP or JPG, and PNG, these are the only things that we will accept. You can see. Let me just reload. So it's drawing. So what is wrong? For example, let's select this PDF. It works, it still works. So what is wrong? Oops. For example, if we just go to downloads and drop this image, it won't accept it. Okay, that is a progress. Okay, we did the drop zoom. Okay, now we also need to customize when we select. Now we just customized the select. Now we need to customize the input here, that when we select, it does something. It will accept image PNG, image JPEG, image JPG, and finally image WebP. Now let's say, you can see it does not accept PDFs, GAT files, and so on. Alright. Alright, cool. Now what should we do? We should customize that loading, the items that we selected, and so on. Okay. We should just customize this thing. Alright. So what is going to be the files that length is more than 1, we do a map. More than 0, we do a map in less than inside. This is what is shown here. You can see. So what can we do here? Is simply we'll just do the file size here. File size. Where am I? I'll just let now that we do upload it to Cloudberry to able to get the URLs, put it here, and when we create it, we have a real URL. Okay, we have the size and the type of the image, right? And then the image itself. So we will have the file size. Okay. Just a second. Okay. We need to grab this file size here. Where it is. Okay, here it is. And replace it like this. Now what we have here, we have file size and the file type, which is like this. Now we need to wrap them. So these two. Okay, just again. First of all, what we need to do is to what? Get this. And this. Now it is inside one view. Okay. Okay. If we just, this should be outside, not inside. Okay. If we just remove this one, or instead, we'll take it here. So what's gonna happen? We have this one and this one as a view, as a dev, and this one as a dev. So we will just make it between them like this. File size and okay. If we wrap it, we have this kind of thing, one view and this other view. If we remove this dev, let's say if the style was change it, I change it. So it depends on it. Alright, anyways. We have this and finally that in other dev. But we need to make some more gap between. Okay. Immersion, no width. Of each column. Okay. Pretty awesome. That sounds good. And here, what we'll do, first of all, let's see if there's immersion to help or immersion whatever. We need to get rid of it. There isn't. So let's do flex column. And we'll have justify bit. Oh yeah, let's make it around justify. All right. Item center. So it was wrong. Oops. Of course, height is gotta be full. This should be a wrapper. So what is wrong? All right. Let's do a debug. We did padding like 5. Okay. 42. That's insane, to be honest. Meet the gap. Okay, it's fine. We'll just meet the gap between them four. So select this one. Okay, now it's better even. Alright, that's pretty awesome. Now we have the image aligned. We shall know that y does not teach the justify ran or between whatever, because we are not the full height. So the gap doesn't work. Now let's do the image now. Instead of this modified, we need to make the image. Alright. To be even better, to do something better, we'll make motion the image to make the animation if we want, and it will have a source of URL dot create object of file of the file that we have here. Now here we go, and we need to style it. Object should be contain we need to make it dynamic string, so can do specific actions. But that will happen later. We'll have rounded Excel and with 32. And here we go. But that is insane, to be honest. Yeah. Insane. So what's happening? Just right now that when we have motion, you see even when we change that kind of thing, we see animation, not just reload or whatever. Okay. Let's wrap it with a view. Width full, flex 1, bottom center, gap 4. Same thing, but what is wrong here? That is literally insane. What's really happening? What's wrong? Even without this dev, it should work just fine. Okay. Why that one disappeared? That is literally insane. So why this? This won't be flexible. Or item start. That's it then. Okay, it's not bad. It's not bad. His merging top will just give some top at the top, so we have a space between them. If we just select multiple, padding 4 is fine. MD height is going to be for 24. Okay. So now what's wrong? That is the only problem though. If we just didn't done like just fine between. Oops. Gap 4 as we've done. Or 5. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's select an image. What I have changed here that makes it okay, it will go like this. We're full hidden. Alright. 𝗬𝗵𝗃 width is going to be full. Height is 24. And this. Oops. That is literally insane. So what's happening? Justify answer. It makes it like at the bottom.
Okay. Self-start. Alright, now it works. Everything is right now. When we have another image, it will be like this. 𝗕𝗂𝗶𝗺𝗲𝗀𝗧. Wait, this is 𝗕𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃. Hold on, man. File type. Do we have a pay? Okay, let's see. Okay, how it works. Everything is fine. Size and everything, which is nice. One thing is we need to do is we need to make this one scroll like this. If you have multiple, it will be scroll. So how to do so? Now we need to make it scrollable instead of just taking the width when we pop files. So it will be scrollable, inner scrollable. Okay, so how we do this? In the container of that file upload, you can customize it to have, width is going to be the full, and we have height scrollable, scroll bar. Why this? You see this one? It will appear here. So we'll hide it, and we'll have max height of 360 pixel. Now you see this showing outside. So what should we do? We should say overflow clip to clip what is inside. You see, now it won't appear. Then we can say overflow y scroll, means make it scrollable in the y-axis, right? And this one, then we can use it to hide that scroll bar that appears here, as I mentioned. Alright, let's do it. Go to CSS. Let's do it here. Dot hide scroll bar. It will have the scroll bar width. It will be none. Okay. And what we'll have is the nodejs overflow style will be none. And 𝗵𝗃𝗀 scroll bar also will be displayed as the EI shown here. Okay, that's it. Now it's pretty amazing. So, what's missing now? You've done this. Let's get okay. So it is the next step is to I just let out that later what we will do, we will make it uploading to Cloudinary. So these images when we put it, these are blob images. You see, if we just update in a new tab, you see this is a blob
localhost, it won't be able to share the address at the backend. So what we'll do, we'll upload to Cloudinary, then share the URL with the backend when we submit it. Okay. All right. Now we'll just move into the preview product section, and inshallah, after we just done it, just let know why we'll use shared for, okay, these contexts, so we can, whatever we updated here, which is in a separate screen, it will update here as well. So that is how we will do it. All right, let's navigate to preview product. All right, let's do it. Now what should we do? We'll create a custom product, so it's going to be kind of readable, like it will be accepting. Let's say done, and what we will do, we'll have, for example, this image is reusable, rating, description, and branding, a title and branding, maybe price, right? Okay, let's do it. Product card, must be in common. Or EFC. And just to be honest, this custom, now preview and product card, no, where it is. Yeah, both of them should be just moved outside. Yes, and preview for components. Okay, why that? Just we need to make sure we are kind of fine, you say, because these are common, like we use it in other components, but this one is not used multiple times, but this can be reusable, right? Anyways, so what should we do in that custom product card? Okay, we'll have multiple things inside. Let's first make a type for it. Export. Type product card type is going to equal to, it will have an image, it's going to be optional, and it's going to have a title instead name. Just actually, let's make it optional, all of them, and we'll have the brand, average, rating. This one will be number or string, so we can do it as a number or a string. And lastly, we'll have the price, and it's gonna be a number. Okay, let's define it with as type React FC function component, React function component with product card type. Let's now get them as params, props. We'll have the image, and this image, let's just, you name it. We'll just define them for later. We have the name, brand and all this stuff. We'll just get these in a prop, but we literally need to kind of get those as dummy things, like when we don't have anything. You see, we see a lot of things that are not just untitled with new branding. So we'll copy this. By default, it will be just with that if it's not undefined. So it's going to be for the brand with new branding, untitled for the name. This will be if there's no undefined things, right? If we didn't actually done it, if we haven't done it, okay? And on the price, 3.99, and the rating would be 4.5. Okay, last thing, which is the image. We need to have a simple image. You can just search and get it. Okay, this will be like placeholder. Okay, this will be imported. Import placeholder image equal to, not equal to, from assets placeholder.png. Let's define it as the image, and later we'll use all these in here. Alright, so first of all, what we'll have motion.dev as a container. Let's import that motion. Import motion from motion React. Alright, so first of all, what we'll have a few things to make it look awesome. This, see, refresh, have animation. So first of all, let's style it. Last name, padding will be 4. You see, we have a padding. We have rounded 3XL. BG will be gradient. To top right from this, like this. Alright, and we have from white to white with 80% of the opacity. The max width will be 200 pixels. That's it. That's for the styling. It won't appear as the background is white. Alright. I have initial. We'll have the opacity. It will start with opacity 0, and the Y will translate. Y will be 20. That's for the start. And for the animate, this is for the initial, and this what will happen next. First of all, it will have opacity to 1, so it will animate from 0 opacity to 1, and from translate Y 20 to 0. Let's make a transition of type spring. Cool. Let's have dev as a container which will contain these, the rating and the image. We'll have relative, gonna be relative to the view, rounded, through each cell, overflow, hidden, margin bottom 4. Then we'll have the image. The source will be the image that we have here, and the alt would be the name. Let's give it a class name. The class name will have width of full. Height will be around 160 pixels. So it's kind of like 50 or maybe 70% of the view. Okay, you have object cover. Doesn't have to be like fit, whatever the image is, the size of it. Okay, and finally we'll have the rounded Excel to make it rounded like this. And finally we'll have the rating. The rating will be absolute. So let's just see how it looks. You see? There's one thing to do. We'll do it later. We'll just, do the background with that, like the mobile, so it will looks better. Like the background will appear, will pop this white and this white, so it won't appear as for now. But when we just change it to anything, for example, below 500, will just appear, right? That's it. Okay. Now let's do the rating. The rating will have dev of, it will be absolute, of course. Top will be 0, right also 0. To be top right, and we'll have padding x to 4, padding y to like 3 pixels. What we should also have rounded, bottom left, see this one here, bottom left, 2, 3 XL, and we'll have rounded, top right XL, BG will be black, 60% of the opacity of black, flex item center, gap will be 2. We'll just make it break the line to see everything. Gap 2, and we should have the text to be white, and it's gotta be small. Alright, now inside it, what we'll do, we'll have the store as an icon, from Lucid to React. You can see. Let's style it up with 4, last name with 4, height 4, text orange, 500. And we'll have the average rating in a span. To display the average rating from the prop, right? That's it. Now we've done it. You can see. Looks like this. Now we should move into we gotta move to the details like name, brand, and so on. Let's see how it looks. Let's make it have. This div will first of all have the name, so let's make h2 or something. It will have the name inside. Let's title it. Text will be black. Text piece. Font. Let's say 𝗕𝗵𝗺𝗶𝗺𝗀. And finally, we'll have the brand. Let's make a P, and it will be display the brand as shown here. Alright, and we'll have text will be gray. 500. Oops. Last name first. 400 with 60% of the opacity. Make it like this. And we'll have text will be small. And then we'll have the price with the plus button. It will just display as we have in. Just show as it just looks like in the application, so you see what the user will look. What we'll just say, you know. So it's better to see it as how the user is gonna see it. All right. Finally, we'll have the price. Price with the add button. Okay. So let's make it a dev. This dev will have flex, which will continue justifiably between item center. Finally, merge top 4. All right. Then we'll have the price. Let's make a span for that price. Inside it, we'll have the price. Why? Because just style it. We'll have the dollar outside, which will apply the style outer, and the price itself will have another style, which is the color. Here you can see this is another color, not as the dollar sign. All right. In general, it will have text of this one.
Alright, you can just, if you have Mac, it's just extension from Recast. You can download it and pick the color, or I think every operating system have its own like application or something that is specifically just for picking colors. You can just search and get it, or there's a browser tool called Color Picker. Just gotta check it out. Extension. You can see color yellow. It's pretty easy, not that much hard. Okay, and we'll have font like 𝗕𝗵𝗺𝗶𝗶𝗀𝗀 bold. Text will be large, flex. Gap X will be 1. Alright. So let's see how it looks. Looks like this. Now we need to apply some specific style for the price itself. So it will have text of black. It will have font of bold. Looks like this. Pretty cool. And then we'll have that plus sign. So let's make it motion.dev. Oops. Motion.bottom, let's say. And inside it will have the plus sign from Lucid React, which is going to have size of around 16. Let's apply some animation and some style first. So let's say class will be padding 2, and we'll have rounded like LG, BG be also the same. Same as that. We'll just till it now. That's better. Get it better. Go tailwind. Where is it? I'm lost. Where is tailwind? Not sure why I'm not seeing it. Insane. Customize. Tailwind. React Vite. Nope. Oh, I think it just removed and then in then the version 4, right? It was in the version 3. Okay. All the same background. Okay. And text will be white, to be exact, plus sign white. Alright, and here we go. Let's do some animation, which will be while we tap on it, we'll have a scale of 0.9 to have a nice animation like this, which is pretty amazing. You can see. When we get pop, can cursor pointer. Now better.
So now what should we do? We have these kind of things. If we just change it, it will change automatically. See, that is the idea of reusable components. You can use anywhere with changing these properties and dynamically updated. Okay, product form, not the product form preview. We'll need to pass these, right? And we will, update it automatically once we have, once we need to update that kind of things, like when update the form, it should update. So we'll have shared form with use context. So when we update here, update the name, and so on. Now let's style it as that one here. Make it look better. Okay, let's make it. Let's move here, and yeah, let's do it. Let's style this div. It'll be relative. Max LG will be hidden. Means if we are smaller than the larger screens, it will disappear like this. Same here, just like that. And we'll have max width 1.3, like 30%, 33% of the view. This is the max width, height, full, place, item center, just available center as well. What's happening? Let's make another div. Have a background of F3, which is same color as here. And we'll also have rounded, will be for Excel, select item center, justify center, height will be around 70% of the view, and width will be like around 320 pixels. And inside it, we need to have the product card inside, so it will contain it. Finally, we will update this. Now it looks like this. Animation when reloading. Okay. Now, for example, if we have the name and I'll change it, it does change. Brand, for example, brand X. See, it does change. Average rating, change as well. Price, let's say. Okay, that's good. And the image and everything is updated as we needed to. Alright. That's how we make it reusable component. Name, oops. All right. Now what should we do? We'll create a form, a used context with the used context to make it global form, right? So when we update here, we will save it and we'll use it here. So it will update automatically here. That's how we do it. Okay. So let's do it. Let's remove this first. Anyways, so in the source directly, let's make a folder for context. Okay. Or we can call it use update preview use update form, let's say context tsx or nope. So what we'll do, use context snippet. Okay, let's make it manually. Import, we'll import create context from React, and we'll use it to export it, and we'll have the use state to be able to have state for these. Okay, let's make a type for it. Type form type. It will have the product name, give a string, which is this one here. I have the brand string description category and have the price. Let's do the rating. Will be string number or string, and we'll have the images will be array of strings, and finally the prices. And these prices will be object of size, which is a string, and a price of that size. It could be a number or a string. And this will be array of that. Or, okay. Product name, brand, description, price, rating, category. We have all these. Now we have the type of that. Now let's make the type, or just before, let's make the context. Is it? Let's export const. Update form context we'll use create context to create it. And for now, as initial, it will be just null. All right, but we'll do a type for it. We'll have the form and use form. or better, set form and form that we can use it, for example, to display in the set form, which is going to be also state, to set here. We just type, it will set the form, and when we have the state form, it will update here. Okay, let's make that type update form context type. It will have the form as a form type that we've done here above, and we'll have the set form state, which is going to be just like that, React.dispatch, and that is for exactly the use state, right? It will be React.set station action for the form, and that's it. Let's also import React. All right, this context will have the update form as type, or would be null as initial. Okay, now what we would do, we should have the provider that will be rounded the whole thing to able to use it in multiple components. So this provider will wrap all the application, all the website in this case. Okay, let's export it, as we'll use it multiple places. Const update preview provider, not preview, we'll just see for provider. Okay, and it will have just as a normal function, and it will return something. Okay, so what it will do, it will have the children inside, right? This will be as a prop. This we can do it here. Let's React dot function component of children. We'll have React dot React node. Okay. So what is going to return is going to return the update form context dot provider. Okay, and we'll have the children inside, and this value, what is the value is what we can get it outside. All right, for example, the value that we can use here, get it from another component, just use the average across all the application. So we'll have that form and set form, but this will be a state here. So let's make it use state snippet form Let's make the capital. And for the initial, it will have so much things, which are these stuff. But as type, what we can do, we can set the form type. It's gonna complain why we haven't set these. So let's copy that, paste. And what we're going to do is just, update these with real values. Okay. Rating would be around none. Just and images would be just an array. And for the prices, we'll have size. But this will be array, okay? So let's make it array of size small and price will be none for now. It's just initial. We have three types: medium and large. Okay. Now we can just export it to able to get it across all the applications. So we'll have form and set form. What we can do, we can, just export a use form context. So what we can do here is usually we will be able to use this to able to get the name and the form and so on, and the set form. And instead of just creating context of the update form context each time, so we'll just do once. So let's make it export const. Just to let now what is the idea of that. Usually in each part of the application, when we need the form and set form, what we do is we get the context, for example, context. We'll assign it with use context with creating that product. That in this case it is update form context. So we do this to get the context of whatever we have here, which is the form and set form. So instead of doing this multiple times across all the application, do it here and here. We'll do it just once and export it as a use form context. Or updater would be better. Export const use form updater. This will be just as normal function. And what we'll do, we'll have that same thing here. Let's make it const. Just add that. Oops. Equal to. Okay. It will say if there's no if there's not yet the context, we'll just say hey yo, it's not yet done. It's not yet exported. So we'll say if there's no context, what we'll do, we'll throw an error. Use form update must be used within update form provider. means when we just wrap the application with that provider, it should have inside that kind of, for example, if we wrapped it with this component here, the parent of these, so we just only use it for the children, okay? If it is just outside of the parent, it won't work. We'll just throw this error, that is the data of it, and we'll just return the context as usual. This is basically this error. Fast refresh only works when a file only export a component, move your React context to a separate component. Okay, we need to separate it. For example, the provider should be in a separate file, but we also can just disable it, just runtime error. It's gonna work just fine. Okay. Now what should we do? We should wrap our whole application with that provider of form provider. So where's our whole application parent is going to be in app.tsx. Okay. Alright, let's just wrap it. So we'll wrap it with a provider. So it just wrap all our application. So we can use across all the application, like in different parents and different children in this case. So it was update form provider. Let's wrap it with the whole routes. And here we go. Now we can use it across all the application. So first of all, let's go to the form input and apply it. It will be in product form. All right. Okay. First of all, let's scroll up and get the form and set form. So const. We'll distract from use form updater. All right. So we'll have the form and set form, which these are the values that we have exported, right? Okay. Now what we need to do is we are going to handle everything like set form and so on. So let's go by one and update each value and save it to the form. Okay. Let's first go to, we have the label for product name. You can see the input for the name. So what we can do here, we can say on change extract the e value, and we'll set for, let's get the previous value, we'll return all the pre values that we have saved. For example, if it was this, for example, so if we add it again, it will add it next to it, not replace it. Okay. And or instead, just to clarify better, if we have this kind of form, this in form, this in form, and so on. So if we update this, we want to replace these, we won't reset them. Okay, that is the idea of it. We return what we have said before, and we do update specifically the product name to e.target dot value. And that's it. And we should meet that value to form dot product name. Alright, and that's it. We'll do the same for the brand. So let's copy this and go to brand, paste inside the input. Same thing, we will return, get all the previous, return it back, and set, in this case, we'll set the brand to the value that we are entering, right? And the value will be from that brand. Simple as that. Let's move to the description. Where is the description? Here's the description. Paste. Same thing, on a change, we will get and return the previous form data that we have saved, and we'll set the description to the new value that we enter. Alright, let's also apply it for, let's go to the price in this case, but this will be just a little bit different. Why? Because we'll have based on index, right? So in the price, we have multiple inputs, small, medium, and large, right? So what we'll do, so now we are just managing that small price. So what was going to happen? First of all, for the value, what we will do, we'll get the prices. Okay. You can just get it like this for find product. That size will be equal to size. Let's actually do it. It would be better. Find product size will equal to small. Alright, and with that check, we will get its price. That is going to be its value here. And that's it. And for the value of it, what we'll do here, get the prices. We'll do a map for the previous prices, and if it is equal to 0, which is, or we can also say if the size is small, we will set the new price with this that value that we input. Okay, let's just actually do it in action. So we'll get the previous values that we have, map over them, the product. What we'll do here is instead we can say there's two ways we can get the product and then assign to the product size and size and price, and the other option is to do index of that kind of where it is. For example, this is index of 0, 1, 2. So we have two options. But this one will be better. So let's say if product dot size is equal to small, if this is the small size, so what we will do, we'll say return all the previous product data, and we'll set its price set its price to e.target.value, else it will be product. So what we're doing here, simply we are updating the prices, doing a map over the current prices that we have, and we specifically want to update this small size with the new price that we enter. I hope it's clear for you. We're just mapping over the current data prices, and specifically we are identifying that small size, and if it is found, we'll update it with this value. If not, we'll just return it as it is. That is the idea of it. Let's copy it, and now we will just go to the second one, which is going to be the medium, right? So this should be medium size. If this will be the medium, we'll update its price to the value that we are inputting. Alright, this is the medium. And lastly, we need to do the large price. Alright. So if you just press option, you can select multiple lines. Okay. Now we are done with these kind of things. We have done the prices. We'll go to rating. Where is the rating? Here it is. For the rating, it will be just simple as we are doing above. Get from above here and grab it, plot it, form will be rating, and for the handle change, we'll have a little bit different thing. What it is, we need to, first of all, we would need to filter this to be only numbers, okay, and limit it to 5 at max. So we do customize it. Alright, but to make this easier, let's just do the rating. So the rating will be that value that we type, and that's it. Let's move on to the next one, which is the category, where it is, where is it? Alright, here is the category. Select item. Alright, change. It will get the value. And we'll set the form. Get the previous to return it. Or previous and we'll update the category with the value that we will choose, right? That's it. All right, we can just type category or incompatible between these types. All right, we can just make this, turn this into string, and we're good to go. All right, that's it. Okay. You can just say the rating is infinite, so we gotta handle it ourselves. So instead, just say here, handle rating change. This will be a custom thing we need to do to handle this case, which is when we enter multiple numbers and so on. What this function will do simply, but first of all, we need to get the e, which is the value that we'll get. We'll have type of React.change event of HTML input element, where we get the type so we can get auto completion. First of all, let's get the value to e.target.value. And what we'll do, we'll say here, allow only numbers. And maybe a single decimal, which means we can only just, do numbers with only one decimal. It's not gonna be more, right? That is the idea. So it will be f to regenerate thing, return nothing. It will be this kind of thing, which is $sign and so on. With decimal, one decimal, that value. If it is not these, which means not a number or a single decimal, return nothing. Do not return anything, just make it empty. Nothing have done. We'll limit it to 5. Let's first of all get the float number. So const non-value will equal to pers float the value. What we'll do, we'll say here if value is equal to empty string, or it is none of that value, and number value is less than or equal to 5. So what we will do, we should set the form with with the new rating that we are doing. So what we're doing here, we ensure it is a valid number and it is less than or equal to 5. And it shouldn't be empty space, right? Okay, that is it. That's it now. Let's try to, if we just want to try to type multiple numbers, it won't work. Text won't work. Only one decimal. Okay. If we want to just try to put decimal, again, it won't work. Like 3 won't work like that. Just accept the first one only. Okay. Now we already got to go. We're mostly done. Now let's move into this kind of screen, previous screen, okay? What should we do there? What we will do is we need to, it's gonna be in preview product. We'll have the form const. Form will be from use form updater that we have done, and we'll reuse it here. It will be form dot product name. We can say or untitled. Okay. Same thing here. With no branding. Brand. Rating. Okay. Price. With the first price, it will be form dot price. Okay, prices will be the first index dot price. We get the first index price, which is the smallest price, or also 0. The string number is not number undefined. Okay. Let's say yes number. And it's gonna work just fine, Joe. Alright. And let's, get the first image from the array of images. Okay. Or if we don't have, what we'll do, let's try to get it from here, for example, from the placeholder image, put it here, and we're good to go. So now what should we do? We have, for example, this product for name. We have set the form on any change, right? And we use the form here. So when we change, it should work just fine. Alright. Branding, description, first price. Alright. 3.3. And for the rating, you can say 4.5. And it's gonna be just fine. Alright, in the category, choose whatever you want and sign up. That is pretty amazing. We'll just change this sign up to the text, which is create product. It should be in product form. Yep. It will be sign. Yeah, here. Alright. Let's see it. It's fine. Alright. Pretty awesome. Looks even better. Anyways, so do we have missing things? Okay. Last thing. What is that? The last thing that we need to do is to update the image, right? When you update this image, what should happen is these images will upload to Cloudinary and get their URL and display here. So it will display whatever the the first product, just as the mobile side here. Alright, that's it, the first product. Alright, let's do it. So first of all, we need to set up a Cloudinary to be able to upload it in their cloud storage, and then get the URL, return it, to be able to put it here and set to the form. Alright, let's do it. Needles or in lip, we can say create a new file for that specific function for Cloudinary. Let's call it upload to Cloudinary. So what it will be, it will first of all, we'll use the blob image, blob URL that we get from here. We just upload an image or something, it does show up as a blob. So we will take that blob URL, upload to Cloudinary. Then after that, after we upload it, we'll return the URL. we will use we will not use the library. Instead, we'll use the fetch, their own API URL. Okay, just to make it better and to make it easy for us. Okay, so let's export it first. Const upload to Cloudary. We'll make it async function. So what this is going to be, it should accept the blob URL, make it readable. Blob URL, which is going to be string. All right. We can also make this as a promise for a better TypeScript handling. It will be string or no. So what we'll do, we'll get the blob and pitch the blob and get its respond. Const blob, make it as a wait function equal to wait, fetch the blob URL, then we'll return get stress and return its response blob. Let me get the right blob. What also we'll do, we need to just the URL accept the form data, so we'll upload using the form data. So let's do the form data. Let's initialize it. So const form data is going to equal to new form data. And we'll append. What we'll do to upload that blob URL, that blob here, to that form data, to able to upload that form data to the URL of Cloudary. We'll append. It's like attach the blob to the form data. So form data dot append. This is going to be the file as the blob. Will append the file to the blob. This should be and then we'll just do the preset. Let's make it. We'll just name the upload preset. So form data dot append upload preset, and it will be whatever we do in preset in Cloudary. Okay, we'll just do it. We'll do it from Cloudary here. You can just create an account. Okay. Setting. This setting and upload. This is we'll name it dev presets. You can also create a new one if you want. Start off fine. Name the preset. It will be unsigned. If you want to do ASCII folder, we'll do images and press save. But I do already have one. This is their own, is unsigned, called dev preset. So let's put it here. And then we'll upload it to Cloudberry. So let's do it with try catch. We'll store that response in response. Wait, fetch. But we'll fetch. Cloudberry. It's like this. Just a second, hold on. It will be 𝗵𝗾𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗃 v1. Not sure if we can just get the URL. Anyways, this is the URL. Also for React example, you can see, but they are using the package, but we're using, you can see the name of the cloud name and the preset. These are the required things. We do pass it here, the cloud name, and this is the folder that we created in the preset. And then we have done /upload, and we are now uploading to that specific folder with this option to be assigned. So method will be paused, and we need to attach the body as this form data that we appended the file blob and the preset that we have, form data. All right. After doing this, let's get the data. Content data, it will be awaited with response.json. And then what we'll do, we'll return the URL. So let's do it. Return data secure URL, and it does have it. This is the URL that we need to get, which is the final URL that is done. Let's just tell you now it have other properties, but these are the main ones: cloud name and preset. Okay. But if there's error, we'll say we'll log, let's say error instead. We'll log an error of upload field and return the URL, the error itself. And we'll turn null. Okay. If you just want to see that 𝗂𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 append JavaScript 𝗵𝗾𝗾𝗀𝗾. Let's go here. You can see have the same thing. Cloudary API with the cloud name, and the preset is attached. Where it is. There it is. That's it. This is their example. Let's explain it so you can. So this is their own fetch URL for uploading images. So it has the URL itself and then the cloud name, and we do assign the upload preset here with appending. And yeah, that's it. The main part is we do it with form data, appending to whatever we need, the blob and the div preset, unsigned div preset, and upload it to our cloud name specifically and for image uploading. That's it. Now let's return to our what? In the preview product form, and we will go to custom file upload. You can just command P custom file upload, and we'll go inside the file upload itself. All right. So what we'll need to able to upload it to our. We have uploading state that display the image, that kind of floating indicator until it's done to appears here. So let's make it use state. It will be uploading. It will be false by default. For the handle file upload, what we'll do, first of all, we'll set the state, set uploading to true. So here, this is uploading now. And at the very end, we'll set to back to false. Set uploading to false. So what we do is, so what we'll do here, we will upload each new blob file to Cloudberry. So usually we'll have multiple, so we'll hold that in a constant SRA, const cloud URLs that holds the URL that we have here, okay, to empty array as initial. It will be just string of array of string. So all we'll do, we'll do a for loop to map over all the blobs to upload it to Cloudberry and push it to that cloud URLs. So for const file of what it will be of each new files here that we get. We'll create that. We'll create the object URL from the blob and store it in a blob. So const blob URL to URL dot create object of the file that we have. Okay. And we need to upload that blob URL to Cloudinary URL. So it does accept blob URL. And here we have it. We have initialized it. So what we need to do now is to upload it to Cloudinary. So cloud URL equal to wait, because this one is asking upload to Cloudinary, so it gotta be awaited. Upload to Cloudinary to accept the blob URL. Then what should we do? We should push all the cloud URLs that we get from the new files to cloud URLs. So we store it here. So if we return it or something, it will, it will easily get the URLs. So let's make it. If cloud URLs, there is cloud URLs, what we'll do, we'll push it cloud URLs.push the new cloud URL that we have. Okay. After doing this for loop, uploading each block file to Cloudinary, let's turn this one is to async. To be able to use await here. Okay. After that, what we'll do, instead of returning the new file, just to let you know what it does, this unchanged, that we handle it above here. All right. So outside, we can easily upload that files to the form images, right? Easily. So what we'll do, we can just get that. No need. We will attach it to the cloud URLs that we have. Is possibly no. So okay. Item type string is not assigned to type files. The string is not assigned to the type file. Okay. This easily should be changed to string. And we are good to go. So what we'll do here with the uploading indicator, we need to display it when it is uploading, while it is uploading. Okay. All right, let's do it. Okay, here. We'll say, let's first of all make it in a dev file. This will be the container of each the container for the upload indicator and the image itself, so we can make the indicator absolute, so it hovers over it. It will be flex, justify with full flex 1 item center gap 4. Okay, if it is uploading, so what we'll do, but first of all, instead of saying what we'll do, we need to only display that loading in the specific image that is loading. So how we do this? Say the index file that we get here for the map, we will display it on the last one, right? So let's do it. Equal to, we can do two things. We can do files length minus file length and file length minus 1, which is the last one. So what we'll do here, we will display the dev of loading indicator. What is going to be? It's going to come from nodejs century. So loading map loader, yeah. You can see this one here. Let's install it with npm, paste it, and we'll easily just import it. And that is, here we go, we have the loader indicator. We'll make it absolute to be on the top of the image, and to have more z index, so it will be on the top of the image, and it will be kind of the center. Right, will be like 10 or something. And here we go. And see, so here it does blur when it is loading. Okay, so let's make it. If uploading, same here, same check. If uploading, and this is the last one that have the indicator, so what we'll do, we'll display a blur of large. Alright, that is cool. Now let's say how it looks. Upload, hover, and it does load until it is done. Pretty amazing. I can see it should also log that kind of should log the array of, not here, yeah, no, not here. Anyways, Here we go, we have it. Now what is missing is to go here, and this won't be images, will be string to have the right type. String. What we'll do, we need to upload these files, these images, to what? To the form, so we can use it outside. So let's make it, instead of setting to the files, we will immediately upload it to the form. So first of all, let's get the set form from the use form updater. This set form, what it's going to accept, we're going to return all the previous values and upload only the images. So prev values, and we'll return all the previous inputs that we have, and just only update the images to the files. Okay, we don't need this anymore. And here we go. All right. Okay, here we go. That's good. That means he's running. Let's expand it and upload another image. All right, we get an error. This unauthorized operation. Why this? Usually because it doesn't have the 𝗵𝗾𝗀𝗀, for example, or something. So this unauthorized operation. Alright, to fix this problem, this unauthorized problem, let's refresh and see how it looks. You see, fix it. Usually it is something wrong, like the cloud name or something. So we'll just make sure we are just go to the API key and copy this ID of the cloud name, paste it here, so we have the authorized URL. Okay, for running this, let's refresh and see if it's gonna work. Better open. Alhamdulillah, amazing. Now it works. You see. Now it's uploaded, and you can see it is also uploaded here as we are doing setting this to the form. Let's try to get a new one. Okay, so what is the problem here? Hold on. It does replace the image, right? Does it replace all the images with the new image that we select, right? So how to fix this problem? Just go to reduce custom file plotter. Yep. Here, what we will do, we will map over all the _priv images. We'll get it. If it's not found or just empty, we'll just empty array with the new and it will be with the new images, the new URLs. In this case, it's files. It will be okay. All _priv images and all the newer ones. Let's say we just selected, we have selected multiple images, like this for now. Whatever. If you just enable multiple images, select. Okay. Now what should we have? Loading indicator. Okay. It's now uploaded. Let's try to upload a new image and say if it is replacing or we have fixed it. Alright, now we have flower. So we have the same problem still. Still the same problem. No, not exactly. We don't have that same problem. Okay, why we don't have this same problem? Because we have that array, because we just log the files, the new files that we have. So it does works. Say because it set this one to the first selected image. For example, if we have log the whole form dot images, we will set, let's say, flowers. Just clean it. Okay, here we go. We have the first one, which is this image, which it was this one, and the flowers. If you want to select another one, the ecommerce thing, alright, 3, which is pretty amazing. Cool. We'll just say trail doesn't work. It should be only selecting this one, right? It'll display the first image, not all the images. So let's say, alright, works. Now synchronized, we can type anything and That is nice. Amazing. Alhamdulillah. Okay, that is pretty amazing. So why now? What we have done now is we have, synchronized the images with the preview, able to upload images, everything is working. Now what is remaining is to create product, right? So back to we will create a product. We need to have the functionality to create a product and fetch the real products, right? And when we create, press here, it will go back and show this. Alright, that is pretty amazing. Okay, now we need to also have the delete functionality, add it, and so on. So what we need to do now is to fetch the real data instead of these random data. And we have multiple options for that kind of fetching and so on. First of all, we have the React user reducer. We have Redux, Zustand. There's so many solutions, but because the admin page will just be like, the smallest, it doesn't require to set up a whole store and so on. And also to learn, because in the admin page we'll use reducer from React. Okay, and in the front end, in the mobile side, we'll use Redux. So we'll just have both to learn each of them, right? Now we need to set up the API to able to fetch all the routes, create new products, and all these kind of things. Let's clean everything. Command key W to clean all of them. So let's do it. Now let's create a new API route folder. And let's do an index.ts. So we'll use Axios, alright, to fetch all the data, create, update, delete, whatever, just to do that kind of CRUD operations where it was in product routes. Get all products, single, create one, delete it, update it, and so on. So let's import Axios. We don't have it installed. Let's npm install Axios. Just to let you know that you can just say Axios npm, it will pop up the first one. If you just don't want to write the command, copy, then paste. Same thing. Okay, so what we'll do, first of all, we need to import Axios from Axios. There's two ways. First one is to create a way to handle all of them. Means we do a custom Axios instance, and we do reuse it across this one and this one, just like storing the URL of that kind of thing and the headers and so on. And we will just change the post method, the operation method, like get post whatever update. And the second one is to handle each one of them separately. But it's better to make an instance, create access instance. I will call it access instance, okay? Const access instance equal to release access dot create to create that instance. You see, access instance dot create, same thing, and it takes the create access default with option. These are the config that we have. Now we'll do some options. Okay, we have the base URL that we'll use. In this case, it will be localhost 4000, as we have here. Not here. Where is the backend? Let's just run the backend. Beside this one, let's I'm not sure how to split it. Split terminal. Alright. CD slash to be backend. And we have npm start to start the server. Alright, it's running on localhost 4000. Okay. Index yes, you know, all of these kind of things we have in 𝗵𝗾𝗾𝗀 products. So these are shared across all the routes that we have. So we need also to take it. This will be the base URL, and the header, just as we have done here. This one here, headers, simple as that. We can just say accept all, but we can just also skip it. The main thing is we'll just request it as a JSON, which is content type application JSON, as we are doing Express JSON. Alright, let's do it. So first one will be base URL, and it will be this one here. So we can save it as a constant, but it doesn't matter. And we'll have the headers. We have the content type. We have all these headers. So we'll just take the content type to application JSON. And here we go. We have the instance now. Now we'll have the create a new product. We'll have the get all products, get single product, alright, and we will have update product with its ID, of course. This will be with ID, just as we are doing in here. Each one that have ID here is going to accept it as a parent. So that's it. And lastly, we'll have the delete operation. Delete. But if you were doing this before we do it, we need to have this kind of type. Model here, you can see this one. Why? So we have types of it, autocomplete, and so on, just to make it clean, you know. So let's make a type for it. Type for the product item. Wait a second, I think we have done this before in for. Nope. Use. Yep. Isn't here. Yeah, we have it. Product name, brand, but we'll change it a little bit. Okay. Product type. For the name and ID. This will be optional as a string. At the description, brand. Okay. Images and prices, of course. And the size, we can just do it as in the backend. Where is the size? Price, yeah. Price, we have enum of these. So it won't be a general string. Only this. Will be small or medium or large, and the price will be a number string. The category, rating, what is the rating? Average rating, name it. Just at the backend. Quantity. Number. Okay, that's it. So first of all, let's get all the products. Const get all products will be async operation. Okay. Can do it as a promise. Of product type. Or we can just skip this for now to make it easier. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll await the Axios instant to get the whole products. As you can see, in product routes, we do have // okay? And that's it. But we'll store this in our response. Then we need to return its data, response.data. And of course, need to export all /py functions. Okay. All right. If we need to make sure everything is fine, we can use it, for example, in just as a test, app.tsx. Now at the front end, it will be in the admin source and let's, for example, use effect. Just as an example, const test, let's say, will be asking operation. It will be awaiting const data equal to await the get all products function, and we will log its data. It will be on start on the initial, and let's call this outside. Import this effect. This is just a test, you name it. Now let's open the console and let's refresh. Okay, you're not getting any data. But what if we have to make it unique, maybe? All product data. It's an empty array, so there's no products we do have. So we can just fix these kind of tabs later. Alright. Now we don't have any product, right? That is the truth. Because if we just wanted to go to that URL, you'll see there's no data still. And we're going to add it later, some data, so we can test on it. Okay, now this one is working fine. Get a single product. It will be the same thing as get it all, but what will happen? Single product. Let's name it better. Get product by ID. Okay, this will have the product itself, product ID, right? So let's name it ID. It will be string. And what we will do, it will be, as we do here, it accepts the slash and the ID of that product. So this one will be dynamic string, and let's do the ID after that. So it will be first slash and the product ID. And yeah, that's it. That's all we need to change. And finally, we need to export it. Let's move into the next one, which is creating a new product. Create new product. Okay. But that will accept the whole product data. Okay, and it will be product type. All right. So instead of making it get, it will be post request. Okay, and we actually don't need the ID. It will be generated by itself. We will just need to pass the product details. Okay, like the name, brand, description, and so on. Same thing, let's export it. As you add that, we do the instance and the request with its option URL, and if there's any options you want to do. This is a param, so it will be passed within the URL. This is options like data. This is just doing, this is as doing like name, blah blah blah, and maybe brand, and so on. Just this all-in-one product. So same as that. Okay, now what we'll do, we need to have the update operation. So let's name it update product, or just let's say update product. It will accept the ID only. Okay, and it will, instead of the post, it will have the delete operation. Okay, and we need any option. All we need to do is passing the ID that we need to delete to get rid of. And that's it. That is for the deleting. Well, in this case, we need to update it. So we just update pod in this case. Oops, I got confused. So this this one will be for deleting a product. Delete product. Okay, and for updating the product, what we'll do, we will have the ID and the product. So we knew the ID of that product that we want to update, and the product data, the new product data that we want to update with. So how we do this? The ID, then we'll have also the product that we needed to, and it's not going to, it's not have to be the whole data, like we have the brand, description, all of these required fields are in. Nope, we can make a portion type, partial, which means it's fine if we just, you know, make it like optionally name it. You know, this is optional. Like if we didn't pass the name, it's fine. We'll just update the description and the remake things. Whatever we just have, it will be updated. That is the whole thing. Okay. So what we'll do, it is absolutely the same as creating a new one here. So it will be pod, which is update operation, access pod. You see it? So it will have the URL and the data that you want to update with. So the URL will be same as that, /ID of the product that we want to update, and the product data that we want to update with, the new data. Okay, and yeah, that's it. That is the whole scenario. Finally, let's export it. Here we go. Now we are done creating that JS with the header, access instant, and we need a type for it. Okay, we need some routes for getting all products with single product ID, creating your product, updating, and deleting. Yeah, we are done. Okay. Okay, now what should we do now? We need to go to that page here. Index. Okay, we will go to the home screen. Home screen, yep. Now what we're doing here is we are doing a dummy data, right? Okay. Instead of this dummy data, what we will do, we'll replace it with a real data. So how we do this? First of all, let's remove unused items so we get no errors. Okay. All right. So what is needed here is we need to have that data with the real one here and pass it here. Okay. So how we will do this? We will do as we have done in the app.tsx. That's it. Did the whole thing. It have to be within the component. Okay. This let's import use effect and the get all products function. And yeah, that's it. But one thing to do, we gotta do it, is we need to save the data into a user state, okay, and assign it to that data, replace it with that one here. So let's do it. Let's remove only this one here. Okay, and we will have the use state for data. It will be array, empty array at first as initial. And the type, what it should be product type. Okay, empty array or this one here. Okay. As product type. What's wrong here? It's not supported. So what is completing? It's saying here it will be product 18, it will be null. So okay. If we make this like NA, it will just work just fine. Okay. Undefined. Or never. Pretty. Oh yeah, we can just do array of any. Or empty array. Array of product. That what we just have missed. We needed to make this one as an array. Bro, that is insane. And what we'll do for the fetching, what should we do? Just let's fetch products. Okay. Instead of that logging, we'll just say we'll just make this capitalized. Okay. We have set the outer data that we get to the state data and assign it here. Now it's fine. For example, if we have, say here we need to create a new product, okay, and with the body of form data, no, not form data row. Oops, I have lost. Pretty insane. I lost the data that I was assigning. Oops, yeah. Let me just grab one and let me just generate it and get back. Now we'll just I have just done a sample data, these dummy images and so on. I just generated with the AI to not write it manually to save time. Okay, right rel post request with body options. Let's send. Okay, here we go. We have it. Created. Let's refresh. And yeah, here we go. We have it. But we need to update this one to the right thing. Okay. So let's customize it to fit our needs. For the price column, price. Where is price? Here's price. There's nothing called price. So what it should be. Okay, image is right. See, this is just simple image. Name category is right, and we just have problem with the price. Okay, for the price, what we can do is let's say price. Yeah, it shouldn't be like this. It should be as that. That's it. Okay. We prices even, not price. So I will do get the prices dot we can do it here. Find with the size is small. Alright. I think we're just getting some errors. So what we do now, we just get the row of prices. Let's change this to prices to match it. And just let's break it into some lines so it will be easier to read. Alright. First of all, this shouldn't be person float. Okay, what should we do? First of all, this one will be array, not person float. Okay. This should be the prices itself. Okay. Now we need to get that const. Amount will be prices dot find. Okay. Dot find product with the size of small and get its price. Let's make that type of have the size of string, let's say. Yeah, that's it. For this, we need to make it purge float. So let's wrap it with a purge float. That final operation would be purge float to able to format it. And yeah, that's it. Now let's refresh. Okay. So it is a problem here. It's like this. Okay, we do have it. Okay. Because we make this array, so let's make this 0 to specifically go to the first array. And we are done. If we haven't done this array and keep it as it is, it will get some error. Anyways, we'll just keep it at that one. So we turn it to array and getting the first array that we have done. Okay, that's it. That is amazing. Alright, that is insane. Okay, now what I've done here is we have okay, amazing. Okay, that's cool. Now we have done these kind of things. We've done the filtering. Now we need to have the delete functionality. When we press delete, continue the continue action. This should delete the product. Okay. So what should we do? We need to... Okay, we'll look the product. Yep. Okay. Let's see what that product looks like. It is with these items. And to get ID, it is underscore ID, right? This is the object here. This is the ID. When we remove, it does login. Amazing. Okay. Doesn't exist on type, product type. Okay, let's do it. Why not? What is the product type here? Make it underscore. Why not? Okay. This kind came from MongoDB for the timestamp. All right, now what should we do? What should we do now? We need to do the operation for deleting the product. So await delete product with and path, and we'll pass the product ID. Let's say we need to delete it now. Continue should delete it from the list. Okay, let's refresh. Amazing. Now it is deleted successfully. And make this responsive. For example, when we delete product, whatever, it will be just responsive, like doing updating in real time. We'll do this later. Just hold on. To make it like it is real time, so what we'll do. So anyways, let's just add a new product. Update. All right. Okay. Okay. Now what is missing here? The missing thing is the edit operation. We should go to edit page, or at least go to the create one with uploading these images. Okay. Selecting categories and so on. Okay, it's fine. This is the first thing we need to do. Second thing, edit operation and okay, so just right now, when we just delete product, we have to refresh, refetch, okay? And this is also won't update on all screens. Like you just have to refresh and so on. So we'll do a global context with user to user. So when we just update something, it will update on the whole app. So it will be synced with each other. So how we do this? We'll just create a context. Let's name it 𝗵𝗾𝗾𝗀
All right, API context dot tsx. All right. So first of all, of course, we need to create the context. Okay, I will say we'll name it API context as well. Okay, const API context equal to, we'll use create context to be able to create it. And as always, for now it will be null, and its type will be null or API context type. Let's create it, as this one will host two things. So type will equal to state, will be any, of course, and it will have this patch. It will be the React dispatch, the normal React dispatch, and it's gonna be as any of type any. Let's just see this one. Yep, for entire file. Alright, now we have created the API context and set its type. It would be state and dispatch, or if not initialized, it would be null by default. Now what we need to do is to have that provider, as always, do the provider. What the provider will have, just export it first. API context provider. It will be a normal function, and it will return the API context. That provider. And what it's gonna have inside the children. So let's make it. First of all, let's make its type with React function component of type, let's say it will have children, kids of React nodes. Okay, let's get it as a prop. Alright, let's return it. Okay. And here we need to, for this provider, what we'll do a values to able to use across all the application, like the state and dispatch. And these two things, we will do it. The state will say the current thing that we're doing, the name of it, and like setting a product, getting all products, delete a product, and so on. And this patch, what it's going to do is it's going to do a specific action, right? All right. So the values, but first of all, let's do a user thing. User to manage the global state. Across all application. So we'll do use read user from React. Okay, it will be just as use. I'm not sure if it have okay, it have a snippet. Okay, it have the first thing, which is state and dispatch state of the current thing and user reducer. First of all, it have the first param here. Just let's hover over it. First thing, it have the previous state. Okay, let's just say the first thing we can do the reducer, and it will be a function. All right, this will manage it. Just kind of use state with you can see use state with some function enabling to do some specific actions on this thing. So first thing, it will be the user, which is going to be a function to be able to, you know, handle these kind of things. So let's say 𝗵𝗾 context reducer. This will be the name of the function that we will create. Const, it will have the state and action. Okay. And after that, we won't need that third option. We'll just do the initial. This is the initial thing with these kind of things. So what are these? These are kind of use state. It have the like say state and the dispatch, which is in this case in use state it was the set thing, which is does the functionality, and that is the getter state, you name it. And usually this is the initial as the use state, but this only the difference, which is going to have a user reducer to make specific actions with these kind of things based on it. So first of all, it will have the products for none. It will just have empty products. Okay, this is the same thing here. The initial one, it will be empty. All right. So what we'll have, first of all, let's do types for it. So what are each one will have? The state will have a state type. We will create it. In the action also is going to have a type of action type. And all of them will have the whole thing will have the state type. All right, so let's create this. What is going to be the state type is going to be simply the products. So let's say state type, right? The products. These products will have the type of that product type here. So let's export this. It will be in inside the API. So let's do it. Array of this kind of product type, which is going to have the ID, name, brand, description, and so on and so forth. Okay, this is the first thing. Just have to make it right. Okay. What the action type is going to have, simply it will have a few things like the action type will have, let's do it, type action type. It would be have the type of type would be 𝗧𝗵𝗺𝗺𝗧 or add product. 𝗧𝗵𝗺𝗺𝗃 is when we just fetch the whole 𝗵𝗾 data from home screen. We will just set it here. Add product is when we add a new product, and we'll have the update or update product, which is going to have when we update a product with specific things. And lastly, we'll have the delete product. All right, lastly, we'll have the payload. Okay, let's do the payload. What the payload would be, it would be the array of products, in this case when we have multiple products, or single product when we just update or delete or add. So let's make it, it would be product type or array of the product type when we set these kind of things, these kind of new products. All right, now let's do that kind of reducer. So each of these actions will have a type, and this for switching the case, and based on it we will return the products. Like for example, this will return the new updated products. Just to make it clear what we'll do, for example, if we want to set the products, so we'll replace all the products that we have with the new ones. If you want to add a product, we will add a new product with the current products that we have. When we update, we'll just do the same as that and that. Okay, we can use a switch statement. The key will be the action type that we will update based on, and the first value will be, as we have here, the set product. Okay, and if it is set products, what we will do, we'll return all the products with the current action.payload. What is the action.payload? This is the one that when we set. So when outside, when you do it, you'll have the state and payload. The payload that you pass outside. The state simply are these kind of types. Okay, the payload that you set from outside, like the params, like you're doing the props and so on. Yeah, that's it. And case 2, this case 1, it will have the add product. So what this one will do, this one will return the previous payload that we have. Payload. Okay. And all the state dot product that we pass into. Okay. Let's make a type of it. So it will be as type products as an array. As these combined will be the whole products. Okay. So we do the action payload, which is the current one that we have, and then the state product that we want to update with. All right. Okay. Now let's go with the update product here. What the update product will do is it will identify the product that we want to go with, and it will be updating it. Okay. So we'll have these products will equal to the state dot products that we have. We'll map through it, and we'll have that product. We'll just do a short one for P, which stands for products. Let's just get rid of this. We'll map through it with the P dot ID. Product ID is going to equal to action dot payload dot ID. So what is going to happen? We will update it. Else, if not, we will just return the normal product. Okay. All right. Let's say it will be as the action type will be as the product. Oops. It won't work like this. Probably ID does not exist on type product type or product array of types, but it does and I will just skip it. We will just update that kind of type later. Okay, now what we have done here is mapping through the items, the products that we have, and identifying the product ID with the one that we are passing as a prop outside. If it matches, we will update it with the current payload. If not, we will just return the rest of the products. Or because we just forgot this kind of equal sign, so it does make a whole thing. Okay. You see, it's now better. This one will be deleting product. So now you just understood how we update the product. Simply, we identify the ID. If it match, it will update it with the current payload that we passed. If not, we'll just return the rest of the products that doesn't match. If you add any, the worst thing is it doesn't work. Okay. Okay, instead we can just we'll just remove this kind of thing. What we'll do, we will make this one as product type, so it will have the ID and so on. So let's do it. Product type. Now let's fix it. We still have this error that doesn't match, which is action payload. So also let's do that product type. All right, amazing. Last thing is the delete product. For the delete product, we'll just copy this. We'll just filter, right, to update it. Okay, this one will be filtering. Okay, it will filter the ID okay, it will filter all the ID that doesn't match the current ID that we're passing. For example, if we just set 1, 2, 3, 4 for the ID, so it will just get the one that with that ID and will delete it, but the one that doesn't equal to that will just skip it, right? Hope it's clear. Okay, and for the default we can just return the state as it is. Oops, finally. Now let's export the values here. It will export the state, right? And that is patch, so we can let's do it inside the array, so we want to get this kind of errors. All right, here we go. Click through it. We created, initialize the context, and then done the reducer to handle the state and action, right? And the initial product will be none, it will be just empty array. We are handling with the state and action. For the state, we are returning whatever we get based on the filtering and the specific case that we have. For example, add and set and update, delete. Yeah, that's it. And finally, we just export the values that we'll handle for it, the patch and the state. All right, now what we'll do, you see this? Oh, one thing last thing to do it to be able to use across all the application, as we have done in the context of the use update form. What I've done in the last, we have used this one to be able to use it easily across all that kind of application. Just copy it. It will be just like use API store, let's name it, and will be use context. Yep. And it will have the API context. Okay. Let's also skip this error. And that's it. Alright, now we've done everything. Now we have the use API store, so we can get the dispatch and state and set it, and based on it we will create the actions. Lastly, let's wrap the whole application with that, so we can enable ourselves to use across all application. No, it's not here. App.tsx in the admin source. Let's do it. It will be API context provider. Let's wrap our whole routes, and yeah, that's it. Now we can easily manage our state with user. Okay, where is when we fetch the API, where it is in here. All right, so here what we'll do easily, we'll just set the application, set the products with that one. So first of all, let's get that kind of dispatch and state that we have exported from the use store API. Const equal to from use API store. Okay, we will have two things: the state and dispatch. This state will contain everything, any products, anything will be stored in this state inside the product. So let's do it. Instead of just this kind of set data and data, we'll handle it globally. So const products will be the state.products. All right, that's it. Because here, the state here, we have the initial products here, as you see. So everything will store inside the products, as you can see also we are doing here. Okay. All right. Let's get that. Instead, what we'll do, we won't set the data or anything. What we need to do for this, it will be just initialized as the products, and you're good to go. So the data will be the products that we have in the state products. All right, and here what we'll do, as you can see, there's no product as we haven't fetched it yet into the global state that we are doing. All right, so it will use the dispatch. So the dispatch will have two things as we have done here, where it is
the state, right? The type, which is this one here. This is the type, and the payload that we're using here usually. Okay, type and payload. Okay, the payload, what we are passing, and the type, which is this one here. Okay, so we'll have a type. So what we are doing here, we are setting the products, right? We are just fetching and setting the products, the new products. So we'll grab this type and put it here. And what we will pass in the payload will be stored. In this case, it will be the data, right? And instead of just only doing it when we refresh the application, we will make it based on when we dispatch each time. All right, what is wrong? Nothing wrong. All right, now we're just fetching easily. And if we just delete it, what was gonna happen? It will delete automatically, no refreshing. Just remove now. Okay. Still need refreshing. So what is wrong? We'll just quit this church file for now. Okay. So there's something wrong here. Doesn't really refresh automatically. Say products. Payload's right. So what is wrong? So we also know if there isn't. Okay. That is insane. We can just debug it later. Also, let's focus on let's import maybe. Oops. Have reloaded. Okay. Oops. Oh, I dump. That is insane. What is not updating automatically? We haven't done yet the filtering. We are just setting the product, okay? When we remove the product, it should also buy the global thing. To understand what I mean, we need to also when we delete, we'll handle this patch thing, right? To be able to update it on the global thing. So it will be refetched on that dispatch. Let's say this first of all, create a new one. All right, apply context. Nope, home screen. And when we do filter the products where it is located, I think it is somewhere. Alright, it's in here. It's in actions. Alright. Now you can see in the handle remove product, we only handle the function from the API. But what we'll do instead, we'll also handle the global state that we have with the user register. So let's do it with this patch. Okay, to have type of deleting a product. See what it does. It will delete that product, filter it. Okay, and for the payload, it just can be what? Response, let's say. The response that we get. What is that response? Right, what's wrong? Doesn't exist in on type. Type event. Just as product type. Okay. Just the problem was, this patch should be also getting from here, so will be also const just to get it. This patch will be from the API store. Alright, that's it. Alright. Simple for now. Okay. Now, when we delete, it will update on the global. So let's say alright, what's wrong again? This patch, delete product, the payload data that we get. So what is actually the error? First of all, let's say what happens when we delete a product. We'll just first create a product first. Okay, where is its ID? Its ID is in here. Copy. And let's say delete none. Okay, just copy it. Maybe it just got lost. Okay, let's say what we get when we no such products. So where is its ID? Just get it from here. Not here. Cannot get it. Let's only. We just need to get the right ID. Get all the products. Okay. Insane. What's wrong? Yep. Here we go. This is the ID, so that's in here. Oops, it's not the outside one. Okay. Delete. And yep. Again, no such product. Now we're just debugging, it is a part of the process. Let's actually make this one inside a pretty JSON. Okay. Date add ID, that kind of product, and the ID itself for the product. When we delete, what's going to happen? And you see. Alright, that is why we're not enabling us to set that product. What we have done here, we are returning only a message, alright, with the ID and its message here. So what we can do, we can modify the backend to match our needs. So where will we go? We will go inside the controller, product controller. When we delete a product, what happens? We just only return, hey yo, this, it is deleted successfully. Alright. But what we need to do is to say, hey yo, we'll return the product. Alright, let's say. Let's first of all let's just copy this. Post request, body, row, and copy this from here. So we will have one to able to what? JSON. Alright, we'll have the JSON, one for, one for removing and doing these kind of things, and one for creating products. So we can debug it well. Okay. We have done this. Now let's say what is going to happen. But first of all, let's grab the ID of that product. Where it is here. 𝗬𝗶𝗺𝗀 and 𝗵𝗺, and let's say switch to say, okay, we have the whole product inside something called product that we have returned. That's how we actually just, debug and say what's wrong and, down it. Now we're just getting the product from here and provide it to able to do this patch and so on inside the store. All right. Okay, let's refresh. Nothing. Let's create. All right, create a product. Refresh again. We have one. So now when we delete a product, what is going to happen? It should delete. All right, that is how it's going to work. It's kind of real time in it. Okay, because it is a global state, so it's synchronized with all the actions. All right. Oops, it was a long process for that kind of debugging. All right. Now, what we are missing here. Let's first of all create a product. So you will see it and know what is wrong with the price. And oops. Now what we need to do actually is to able to edit and create. For that create product, let's also, why not? Let's return to creating a product. New product where it is create a product screen. All right. So what we need to do here is when we have these kind of things, right? Brand name, description, price, and blah, blah, blah. When we press create a product, what's going to happen? It will get all these information and submit it into the backend, right? And also we'll submit it to the global state of ours, so it will also update it. So let's do this in action. Okay, now what we'll do, let's first of all get that dispatch. Just make this kind of clean. All right, here let's get the dispatch from the API store. Use API store. All right, here we go. This dispatch will handle everything that we need. All right, now what we need to do is when we actually press on create product, where it is create product, when we actually on click, right? So let's do it. Will not wait when we actually, if it is just a form, instead of when we just on click, where is the form on submit, where it is the handle submit. So that was what actually we're going to deal with. Let's do it. It is time for creating a new product. Alright, guys. I like this word. As always, we'll get the E value just at this type. To be able to have a normal TypeScript, Alright. So what we'll do first of all, we'll say prevent default, please. Prevent default. Prevent default is we actually for the form it have a default behaviors that is automatically done when we just submit it. For example, I think reload the whole screen. So we prevent these kind of dummy things to customize it and do it on our own. That is the first thing we need to do. Okay. Then what we'll do try catch. Let's try to catch everyone in here. Okay. So what we'll do, actually, we need to initialize a product that we will submit. Okay, but first of all, let's do the normal thing. Const response equal to the await. Alright, it needs to be async. Okay, await. It will create the product. We'll use the create new product API. Thank you. Simple as that. Passing the product here. So we need to pass the product that we want to create with. Okay. And this product, let's just name it payload product, let's say. Okay, what is not done? So just to let you know what we're doing, we are usually, just as always, we are submitting the product data, right? It will be normally the form, but here, just go to the form. The types are not matching what we have, right? There's no something called product name. We have the name, so we will rename it. That's actually what we're going to do. So let's create this kind of object. So const payload will be normal object, and it should also match the product type. That's from the API that we are expecting. Okay. So what we have here, let's say, let's just, sorry, it'll be just a little bit faster. And let's just do a normal string. Just, of course, we'll deal with it. And let's wait. Of strength. We are just doing dummy things, and we'll just do it later. And usually it should be comma, not. Oops. Okay. All right. Let's just get rid of these. Not get rid of them. 3, for example. Okay. First of all, we won't need this ID. It is optional, so it will generate it automatically in the backend. Let's get rid of this. First of all, we need the name. So what the name is you see here, this is the product name, right? So let's do it. So we'll say form that name, product name instead. Same for the brand. We'll do the form dot brand. Okay. Same thing. Let's actually, why not do form dot copy this. That's what I'm doing is copying. There's a shortcut, This is after rating. It should be rating only. All right. And for the images, what we're going to happen is simply the form images. yeah, that's it. To this one, let's make it a number. So we have a number inside. Okay. The quantity will be, 0, let's say. Or whatever, Let's do 1 by default. It's not a big deal. And lastly, we have the prices. The prices array, alright? Array of size and price. That's it. There are 3 of them, small, medium, large, and each price of them. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, so it's gonna be array. Okay. And of, let's say, small. So if there's one, and let's do whatever. This is just a dummy thing, right? This is object, array of object. So we'll have 3 of them, right? And each one will have its thing, like its price. But one thing is better is we will map over the form sizes in prices. So form.prices, alright, that map have the product as always, and it will return object of the size and what man, and the price, of course man, and that's it. So for the size, it will return all the sizes. So let's do it. P product.size, and you are done. And for the price, what we'll do is also product.price, and you are done. That's it. Okay, let's see what's wrong here. We are returning objects of each size and price we have, even if we have tons of products, or just blah blah blah. Okay. What's wrong with you prices? Okay, this one should be. Oops. This one should be as what, man? As the type that it likes. What do you like? I like the type. Let's just go into the product type where it is. It's near. You see? Prices, the size should be this type. So don't make it cry and do as it does like. Okay, product form, and do this. So we have fixed this problem. Alright, gangs. Alright. Lastly, we are now creating a new product with this payload product that we have. We are just reformatting it. That is the whole thing that we are doing. Okay, and to able to also add it in the whole store that we have, the user reducer. So what we'll do, we'll dispatch this patch. What we'll dispatch is type is going to be add product. Right, we are adding a product, of course. Okay, remind me. Okay, add a product. And the payload that we should pass, it is just the response. And that's it. Literally, that's it. And for the error, if we have any error, what we'll do here, we'll say log, not log, let's say error, console.error, failed to create a product, let's say, is better here. And I need to make it looks like this one here. You see, it looks nice. This toast. So what we'll do, just say React toast. And yeah, that will do. Just install this library here to have this kind of awesome thing. And you're going to, in the admin, what's wrong with you? Clear. Why not clear? Okay, we have not copied anything. npm install React 𝗬𝗃. And you can see this. You can make it a black, white, and lastly, well, just a second. One thing to do is we can do a promise pending, which is going to be loading when we create the product. And when it's done, what we will do is just doing like this one. It looks nice, right? It's not in the final thing, but why not? Why not create it? Oh yeah, the toast container. So what the toast container will be in? It will be global, so it will be on the top of anything. So in the app.tsx, in the admin source, let's import it. All just the toast container, and toast container will be just in, nothing new. All right, that's it. Then we'll have also just to let you know that this toast container is customizable. How? Simply, you can say the class name, draggable if you want to be draggable, like drag around and so on. Oops, if you want to even just say if it is from the top, toast style, toast class name, transition, theme, style, rag, rule, a lot of things. Okay, we need to customize it if we just like. Alright. Lastly, what we'll do, if there's error, we'll say toast. What? Toast, man. From React toast. Yo, couldn't create product. Shit. Why? Let's do it. We'll say, hey, yo, type will be error. To make it red and this kind of look. Here is you see. This is looking good. Okay, well, I really like this kind of style. I know this is not from that kind of, Okay, what we'll do is actually what I want to do and want to achieve. All right, I want to say I think this is time consuming, but why not? It looks nice. When we press, it will be loading. All right, until it is done the product, it will be just loading toast. If it's done, it will display, hey, yo, it is right with the red icon. If not, it will just display error message, error toast, all right, and say how there's something wrong. Add it, the missing things, whatever. Okay, it looks nice. Good idea. So it will depend on use state, loading false by default. Let's import user state from React, and let's say, when we submit virtual, it will be true. It's gonna be loading until literally we are done with doing everything. Say loading, or no. It will be finally say Set loading false. Okay, now we are merging with set loading. What we need to do is to know how to actually do this kind of thing. Premise pending, then true or false. Check the documentation to get it started. Let's go to the documentation. What you like to do is I want to be top right, nope. Top left, nope. I want bottom right. Okay. This is toast container. What it should be like this. Let's do this. Is inside the app this acts to customize the toast container. Bounds imported from React Vite. Okay. Hey, what do you like to do? Would like to make info, right? Success, and what, man? Warning. You see, we just toast that warn, test it, blah blah blah, and toast, normal toast. Okay. So you can do a lot of things like, if you want to auto hide after a specific thing, auto hide after a specific time, position. If you want to customize it as well, hide progress, close on, click, pause on hover, draggable progress. Okay, if you just want to customize anything, right? Okay, show promise. Yeah, what that promise? Is it the promise? Oops, looks nice, to be honest. Okay, I need to know how to get this kind of promise thing. Okay. Now I know how to customize it. Progress, class name. Oops. No, I don't want to customize it. Yeah, handling promise. This one is, man. This one is. Okay, we'll use this one here. Alright. Pending is promise is solved, promise rejected. Exactly, that is what I want to do. Okay. Simple example, and puncture turn a promise. Okay. Alright, let's do this. It would be nice. Okay. Look what is gonna happen. We're going to copy this one, right? We're going to, in the crate form product form, what we will do, it will be toast. This one instead, copy this and paste it. It won't need any try and catch. Okay. Right. All right. What we'll do, we need to first of all just change these, do something like this, and we need something that return a promise, and this one does, which is creating a product. Let's do it. Copy it. Well, and yeah, it's gonna happen. Okay. This one will be in try. All right. First of all, we don't need that response. We'll do it only if it have done right. And instead of doing it like this, we will just easily do that as a promise. So let's get at that. So instead, we'll just doing the same thing here, but we'll have the toast. Let's get at that. So this one will run only if we have succeeded. Let's do it, man. And yeah, we don't need that kind of thing. The loading state is automatic. I thought it's not, so I made it. My bad. So this one here, to make it, we just stored it, right? I stored the response. Also, anyways, let's now test it and say if we are it. Dumb t-shirt. Adidas. Yeah, why not? Adidas. Dumb t-shirt. Made by bra. Okay, it will be, because it's dumb t-shirt, it will be just $2. To 5, let's say. $2.5, $3.8. Rating is literally bad. And for products, it will be just t-shirt. And let's upload an image. Okay, you can just upload any image. You need an image. Any dump image. Let's do that flower. Loading is good. And it does. So when we create, we expect something that looks cool. You see? Okay, it couldn't create a product. We have an error. First of all, let's do get rid of that. So it does that automatically. So if we have an error, so what's gonna happen for the create product? It is failed automatically. Okay, which is good. So why we are having some errors? Let's see the log console. Access error. Bad request. With code 500. Let's see the Node.js server. Okay, it just works. Let's just restart it and say, okay, it's connected. Again, try. Post 4,000 API products have internal server error. So what's wrong? Let's say there's just internal errors. So category name valid error. Let's actually say when we do a product, okay. First of all, we have this URL, right? Okay. Where it is product form. We have this URL, so let's create product. It should be on this URL here, which is right. Okay, so yeah, it is post request, right? Oops. Oh, yeah. Okay. Maybe it doesn't like this dumb t-shirt. Maybe it doesn't like it because it's dumb t-shirt. On submit. What is wrong on that on submit? It's not assignable to type for event. Event target is missing the following property of type HTML except line alt automatic. Alright. Okay, let's just learn the steps. Oops. First of all, this one is not assigned to okay, input form is not assigned to input element is not assigned to form input, so let's change it. Why not? Okay, we have get rid of that error. Okay, so let's see what is actually we are missing. Let's compare this with ours. Okay, the quantity, a number. Okay, category. Yeah, it's a string. Okay, brand string. Description. Yeah, we have the description. Name. Prices. Size. Okay. Okay, this one should be a number. We need to make sure it is a number, as it expects a number. And average rating. Should be also a number. Alright. Let's retry, and say if we have fixed it. Okay, it's filled, still filling. If we have uploaded another image, so it's gonna be array. So this one should be hosted on Cloudberry. Alright. Fill to create the product. Okay. we can just simply cut this part of the video, but it's a good idea to learn debugging as well. If there's a problem, you can just deal with yourself. So what we are doing is the create product. Give the name, description, images, prices, brand, average rating, category, and quantity. Name, description, images, prices, brand, all are set. Okay, we don't have this here. Okay, so what is actually the wrong thing? We need to understand what's wrong. Okay, let's say we are going to log an error with that error. Coding, create the product. Okay, save and do actually. Okay, category is not what, man. Okay, now we understand exactly why that happens. For the category, it's not working fine. See, it's not valid, valid for path category. All right. Okay. Where's actually our category? This is our category here. So let's say what we are doing in the category. What is the category? Category, here it is. We are setting the form to that category. Okay. So actually, let's log what we are sending. Okay. Let's see info. I think there's no. Okay. Log the product that we have, the data that we are sending. So we know exactly which error we do have. All right, here it is. We are sending. Oops, you now see what is wrong. We have the rating right, brand is right, category is not. It's not even set. Images is actually good. Name is actually good. Prices is actually also good. Quantity. Alright. So the main problem of our sending is the category isn't even specified. So we are not doing it right. That is the actually right move. Alright, what is the category thing? Okay. You see, what we're doing is we are doing the value, which isn't good. But the value, it should be category value.label. That's it. Okay. Now let's say if we actually have done it right. So what we just have done is we were just sending the value as a prop. So now we are sending the label, which is this one here that appears. Let's create the product. This is still an error. But let's actually say if we are really sending the category, it's still not set. You see, still not set. So what's actually the problem? Alright, Let's log it. We need to log the category that we have. Let's do it. The category here, we will log it when we select. Actually, just clean. Okay. Only change. All right. So it's wrong. Actually, we are just, we are handling on a change on the select item. But what actually is right is to handle it on the select type. On select. So it will be on value. Change it. It will value. Let's cut this part and replace it here and say if we have fixed it. Okay, we are just demoing is to we're only on a change on the select item, which doesn't literally change. So when we create a product, if it's right, it should log, and the backend should also works. So let's debug it. Oops. All right, failed. But watch if actually we have done it right. Still, but wait. Body soaps. We should also change it before we send it. Now, if we press, now we have the right category, right? See. Okay. Should be sweet t-shirt. Now it works. If we have pre-create product, it's loading, then tell us it because we have the product now. Field, still field. So what is wrong actually? Let's say t-shirt is not a valid enum for path category. All right. Okay, as you want. So in the enum here, product model, you see, for we have here this one here. You are right, it does have a wrong thing, which is this one is lowercase, you see, but this one is not. It is capitalized, so we need to make this one capitalized. Product 4, the values is itself is capitalized. So for the categories, let's see how it looks. It looks like this. The label. All right. We need to say here, send the label, not the actual ID. So this one is right. because it is as the enum in the type here. Okay, let's scroll down. It will be category value. Okay, we don't have actually access to the ID, so we gotta do it. Literally, we do have to. Where is that kind of categories? We need to make this shirts as the label. So let's say if we have done that, but one thing actually to do is look at this label, select like this, Command D, select all of them, and right arrow, Shift Command right to copy, right arrow right up, and Command Shift Option left arrow twice, thrice, and nope, actually that is not it. Okay, we need to go here and replace. That's it. Shortcuts is time saving. Okay, still there's a problem. Okay, let's. Oops, you see, man, you see, down works. It works now. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Now you can see it works. That looks amazing. It takes tons of time to do it. Crazy. Alright. Now we can we have learned how to debug these kind of errors. These dummy errors. You just go over it one by one, see the error, customize it, so on. Alright, let's remove the logs. We no longer need them. Okay, no need for the category and the actual payload that we send. Alright, pretty amazing. Now we have just, done these kind of things. Oops. After that, what should we do? After we create the product, we should also go back to the home screen. Alright. Okay, we need to go back and what, man? And you know what, man? That is not okay. We need to go back and see the products, and also we will just test. Okay, let's remove this log. Smart t-shirt. Cooler. Debugger. Okay, an amazing and smart t-shirt that debug errors. Literally, I would buy it. Okay, 3.9. No, it should be expensive, man. This one would be just like $5.99, $59. It's about 60, and this one will be $18.99, and this one will be $85. Would be not bad. It is for $9. Category. Let's say t-shirts. Okay. Need some images. We can just do this. Okay. Can we actually do it? T-shirt for men's. images. Where it is, man? I need just single t-shirt. Okay, let's try to drop it. No, it's not possible. Okay, let's save it. Come on, why not? Okay, you are t-shirt. It will be in downloads, right? And let's drop it here. Alright, you saw that? You saw that? Good animation. Alright, here we go. This is the smart t-shirt. If you want to buy it, let me know in the comments. Okay. Now what we need to do is to, when we create, it should, when we're done, we should set the form to be empty. Okay. To just reset it, set form. Where are we? Where we are in the world. Okay. Set form will be known. Let's say nothing. What is it? It's type, I mean. Yeah, this is, oh, no. Form type. Yeah, it will be reset to that. To these kind of things. To just, reset its items. Okay. There we go. Product name is set to empty, brand empty, and description, and so on. That's it. And what we need to do is navigate back to the home screen. So how we actually navigate, this is ease of mind. This is literally easy. Okay. How we do this actually is to use navigate. Okay. The navigate action comes from use navigation. So let's initialize it. Oops. Just kind of a fun game. I like to build stuff. And when you just solve a problem, it is kind of, you beat something. Okay, use navigation. Okay. It will be navigate. So what we'll do, when we are done, we'll set everything to its right thing, and we'll navigate back, right? Do we have navigate back as? Oh no, we don't. Okay, instead this one should be use navigate, not navigation. Okay, and it should be as a function. Okay. Oops. Wow, the t-shirt. Okay, we have a fake filler which solves this kind of sheet problem. The smart t-shirt haven't been used 𝗕𝗂𝗶𝗀𝗀. Okay, creating product, and yep, you served that, right? Loading, then product created successfully, and yeah, you see it. That is actually nice, literally. Okay, what's missing? B. Okay. Nice. Oops, what's actually missing here? That is a good question, and you can ask it to yourself. We have enabled us to create a new product, preview, and one thing is missing. Can you guess it? You can't, right? Okay, we need final thing. We have the remove option. Okay, remove in real time, just as we have discovered. And yeah, category is filtering as you want. So we have the create functionality, search, and we need the added. That is the last thing that is remaining, and we need to just go back to our mobile site. Okay, for the added screen, what we do here, let's cover. Just a second. Okay, what it actually is here. Okay, just a little second. Okay, there's just the server have a problem. So, anyways, so what is going to happen when we actually press here? You saw that. It's actually the same kind of thing, but you have a different URL, right? And you have upload functionality. Okay, but we would just also, same thing. Oops, not here. Preset it. Okay. You see, you do added a specific ID. Okay, that's right. So what we need actually to do is when we press and go to that added and the ID of that product, there's two things. We can, when we press edit, we'll set the form because it is global, so we can set it anywhere to these kind of things. This is the first thing. The second way is when we just go to this URL. Okay, what we'll do, we can fetch what, man? Fetch the data based on the ID, which we do have. We do have it in our backend. So in the final version, I do it based on the as a prop. We select, it does set the form, but it would be better when we just because if we just have done that, go to the URL the same, it won't be saved. It was just as a props. So yeah, that's it. So we gotta do something good. When we press here, edit, it should navigate to the screen, fetch the whole data in the images, and yeah, that's it. That's it. Okay. Alright. Let's go to our thing. And see, also we use the product form and the preview form the same thing as well. Just so you know, the create, same view, edit, also the same view. So we need to reuse it. That is why we have reused these kind of things. Okay. What we'll do here. Okay. We need to go to added screen first. Why? Because we need to replace it. We need to replace. We just need to make sure it is the added screen. Let's say added product screen. Okay. home screen. Let's just, remove the thing, close them. Command key W to close all the tabs. Command P to search, and let's navigate to the home screen. Okay. Where is added screen? We have that pencil. Okay. Here we need to do a function. Let's duplicate this one, but this one will be on handle added product. Okay. This one will have update product. Okay. But actually we won't update it in this screen. Instead we'll wait until we get into the added screen and update it. So we'll just here get that. We will only add it, let's say. We'll only navigate to the added screen. So we can do the same thing, navigate, where is it? It is going to be const navigate equal to use navigate from React router, get it, and it will be navigating to /edit. You see in app admin source, you see here what we have. Actually it is that URL with a dynamic. Can do a dynamic string here as we will need it, inshallah. Okay, /edit / the ID of our product that we want to go with. So in this case we'll go with that product ID. Okay, and that's it. Handle added product. We need to assign it to the added thing here. Where it is on click, and we'll add this product. All right, now we should, when we press edit, we should go to the added screen, and here we go. That's it. And you see the URL, the ID that we have selected. It will be different if we select this one, 𝗵𝗾𝗾𝗀𝗀. That's it. All right. We need to go where. So if we just want to update the form to that thing, we can say set form, just to let you know how to do it. Where is okay, it's in here. It is, well, it will be distracting. Use form from use. It was context. I forgot its name. Use update, yeah. Use update, form update area. Save form. What we can do is, just if you want to, update the form as we are doing the final version, just to let you know how to do it. As it is a global, so we need to set form to, you see that one, that in the edit, not in the edit, it was in, when we just actually reset, where it was in create new product. Yeah, it was here. Product form. Oh yeah, this one. You see now. You see this product name? We can say here we need that product name. Okay. Just let you know with where that product. I think it is the global product that we have. Okay, that comes, and this is a part of it, which is the row. Anyways, we have the product brand, description, category, copy, paste, product dot. We don't have it. Okay. For the category, it should be working just fine. For the brand, we don't have the brand. Good. Okay, just yeah, that's it. We just updating like this. Okay. All right, that's it. We are doing something like this. Just let you know, if we want to go with this kind of thing, we will actually need to update the product type. Okay, as is only doesn't have the description and so on, so we need to edit it as we don't use it here. Okay. Actually, let's do it like this. Yeah, to show you how would you do it. First of all, you see, the type doesn't have all the containing the old things that we need. So what we can do here is updating the type of it. This shouldn't be this. Instead, it should be from the API. Don't have everything that we need. Okay. So when we just autocomplete as we need to. Description. Oops, not description. It's gonna be a brand. Yeah. Description, category, rating. What the rating should be. It should be product. Dot average rating. And it just will be simply, product dot images. And for this, there's two ways we can do. We can do it by indexes. So we can specify the first index will be to this one, second one will be this one, and the third will be for this one. The second way is to map through it. So product dot prices dot map. Product will return two things: size, that will be the product dot. Just see what's wrong. Okay, we need that. Product size will be product dot size, and the price should be product dot price. All right. Yeah, here we go. That's it. That's how we actually do it. Now we navigate, set the form, it's global, and navigate. Okay. In here, if we press here, it will just only show this one. Okay. For the update, okay, edit, product screen, it will be the same as add create product. Yeah, we can now just, it will be just the same view as this one, right? But with different different things, as in the preview. No, in the product form we'll have some changes, because it should be accepting when it is in the added screen. So yeah, let's copy this one to make just clean. We can just use this one for both, but to make it clean I make it for 2 screens, right? Let's copy this. All right, let's delete this one, and we have it. Here we have it. Okay, add it. You see, it is working just fine. We have pre-filled all the items. Oops, with the category. Why not? Where is that category? Why the category didn't? The final version, we have it. Yeah, we do see the category. So what's happening? Okay. What about this one? You see also the immediate changes and everything in the preview. Same thing. Oops. Okay, we'll just know what is the error for the category doesn't pre-filled. Simply, maybe we didn't handle it. So let's do it. So in the added product screen, so we have 2 things. The product form, which we won't change anything. It'll be just, looks like this one. Same thing. And we should have some changes in the product form. Why? For example, here, drag or drop. This one should be drag and drop, not drag or drop. So drag, or also, just to let you know what I've done, is command shift F to get at the search bar. This one should be and, not drop. Okay. Product form. Okay. This one should be added product, not, you see here, save changes maybe. Save changes, and also what? The actions that does this one, when we press here, it will do a different thing. Here we do a create product, right? All right, here, as you see, create new product. But the second option, when we add it, we need to do the added product, right? So how will we do this actually? First of all, we need to know, are we actually in the added screen or not? Yeah. Based on this, we can change this and change its action and change anything we want, right? What is the difference between the normal Alright, so you see the difference here is this one. When we create a product, you see this is a new product, okay, /new. When we add it, we have the added and the ID string. One thing to do is, hey yo, if this contain added screen, so it will begin added. Okay, that is actually a good idea. So if it contains added, this is added screen. That is how we will do it. So actually how we do this, okay, how we actually know, how we identify, hey, this is containing the added, added screen. And that is where React router also plays its role. We have something that called use location from React router, so it knows where we are, where we actually are. Okay, this use location. Let's also let's say what is gonna be inside it. I know, but let's say location equal to extracted, and let's log this location. Log location. Okay, open the console. You see, we have location. This is an object. You see, we have the key, path name, search, and state. Right? So we have this path name that contains the added screen, right? The actual URL that after the main URL. So we need to distract this path name, right? So we'll distract it like this. Let's say how it looks. You see? Now we need to know if that path name have this added. Okay. So let's do a check of is added screen will equal to path name dot include this added screen. All right. Now we can know where's log if this one is added screen or not. You see, it's true. But what if we have, say, create one? You see, it's false. Why? It doesn't include it. Doesn't. It's just new. That's how actually we do it. Okay, added screen. Here we go. Okay, we need to check first of all. Okay. Because in the handles of mod4, but first of all, let's actually change this script product. We'll say here if it is in added screen, so we'll display this. Okay. If not, oops, we'll display see if it changes. If not, here we will do this string here. Let's say how it looks. This is save it changes, get back, create screen, and we have this. And we can just do this arrow out so it works. Here we go. Create is something, and added is something else. A little space would makes it pop. Good. We just need to remove this log, so we don't need it anymore. Okay. To clean it, you just press Command key. Alright. Now we actually have the functionality to identify if we are in the added page, we have changed it, that saves changes. Now we need to have the functionality of save changes when we actually handle it. Using the handle submit form, it won't be the same actions as we do in the in the thing that the one man in the edit page won't be same as when we create product screen. Okay, so let's do a check. This event that prevent default will be the same, right? I will say, hey yo, if we are in edit screen, so we will do this. Else, if we are not in the edit screen, we will do the following, which is that. So if we're in edit screen, we'll do specific things, blah blah blah, and if not, if we are in the create screen, we'll do discount things. We will submit the form, create a new product with saving, and so on. And actually, it will be just kind of the same, but with a few difference. Let's say. Let's just copy this and we'll put it here. Update item. First of all, name, category, description, category, brand, average rating, images, and prices. The same, right? So there's duplicates, right? So one thing to do is get rid of that. Okay. And move this one up before the check, so we can access it anywhere in the component. Oops. Copy that. I cut it and go outside, so we can that enable us to use it in the if or else. So it's not inside the check. Okay. First of all, we'll have the update, not the create. So update product. And this update product, as we have done it before, it accepts two things: the ID of the product and the product portion things, the things that we need to update. Okay. So we'll have the ID. Where the ID? Where we get this ID from? It is from here. You can get it from the URL as well. So the same track we'll do is get this. We'll do, let's say, const ID, which is the product ID, equal to, we'll use the path name that we have. Okay. Dot split. What this split does, literally, split object can split a string. It's separated. Okay. Split a string into substrings using the specified separator and return them as an array. We'll split it specifically from here. Okay. As the ID is after this. Okay. Let's plug this ID and say the array that we get. Let's say actually need to move this outside to see the log. You see, we have an object as it just tells it's separate to to what, man? To array of the things. We have two arrays. After the edit, which is the ID, and before the edit, which is none, okay? It's just empty. Why? Because this is the URL, so we don't have it actually. We just have the /edit, whatever. So we'll only need this ID, which is the second index of the product, the second index of the split. So we can do it by doing specification to the second index. So it start with 0. So this one is 0. This one is 1. So this one is the second index here, as you can see. That's nice. Let's do it. Let's back to the edit. Okay. Remove the log. Okay. We'll have the ID at first, as it requires. ID of the product and the product updated data ID, and the payload product that we need to update with. And it will say updating, not creating. Updating product updated. So this one will be field to update. Okay. And for this patch, what will happen? It will be, just say /by context. You see, we have the update product. Okay. And we will set back everything to its normal thing. Not set like everything is to null, everything is null. And we'll get back to our home screen. So what is going to happen when we add it? We'll set the form and pre-fill it. You see? Now, if we change something, just remember this one, dump t-shirt. I want to say 1, 2, 3. We saw the the changes in the preview, and we need to save the changes. Watch. It's filled. Wow. Why? Let's say. Oops. Save form, respond, update, and here we go. Let's say. /404. Now it says here this ID is not found. So what should I do? So let's actually log the error and see what it is. Okay. We have it in what, man? In product control. Yeah, control. You see, when we update the product by ID, what we do no such product for you can see also just got not found, same thing. I want to say here also I want to know what's wrong. Okay, this one is not found, so no such product found. Got it. The ID is not matching any ID that we have, so we're actually having a problem here in the pre-fill. what we do, let's say. Okay, what we're going to do is, let's debug. What we're going to debug is, for example, let's do that dump t-shirt. Alright, so this first dump t-shirt, have an ID of that one. Let's what, man? Let's put it here, for example. This last one is for T, right? And just to let you know, where this one came from, we do that product underscore ID, right? Actually, we have it here. Why we store it here? Yep. Why we're doing this? Anyways, we have this for T. Alright. And what should we do, actually? Good. Let's get all the items. Simply just do it in the website. It'll just going to work just fine. Okay, you see. Actually, here is the ID. So why is it not working? C5 and 40. If you wanted to delete this one with the normal delete with Postman, let's say, you see, it's deleted successfully. So what is wrong? What is actually wrong? And here, if we just reload, you'll see just one item, not two. Alright, so yeah. So what do we need actually to do? We need to debug it first. Okay, we have just one t-shirt. On the added screen, we have C5, okay? When we actually, oops, what's wrong? We have tried what, man? We have tried delete, but not edit. So let's actually create a new one. Fake filler. Create, not update, yeah. Oops, you see, this is just a second. That really is. If we have get back, create. Okay. So we need to, first of all, when we press on new, it should reset it. Where it is in, nope. Where is create? Create. This one is. Oops. Does it have on click event? Let's make it as a function and okay. Seed form. Where will it came from? It will came from const form equal to use form updater. And here we go. Now if we have press on edit, pre-filled it, get back new, it will just say everything is starting from 0. You see in Unimate. Alright, that is the main thing to do. Okay. So what is actually the problem? The problem is when we actually save changes, doesn't work. Fail to update. Why? why that it should be a is a part request. For not found. So we actually have, where it is, console 𝗕569, yeah. Let's try to update something just to make sure everything's working. It will be put and it'll be a row. Okay, it'll be JSON. Where's JSON? JSON isn't here, and let's copy this one. We need to update the one with that ID. Actually create a new one to able to, if we move something, we can see something. Just tell. Oops. T-shirt. Open. Once uploaded, we need to product created. Okay. We'll actually update something. Let's update this classic thing. It should be with that ID. Okay. I'm going to name it 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's send. Let's say. You see, cannot pop on 𝗵𝗾𝗾 products, whatever. For not found. Let's go back to products controller. On update product by ID. So what's wrong? We skipped this problem as we have passed it. This is actually a real one. Yeah. Not found. This one is not found, right? There's no product with that one. Let's actually log. We're just debugging, the ID, and it will do the response itself product, and all the patterns that we get from that body. Okay, now let's do it on pod request. Cannot pod. We're getting not found. But actually, we're not getting this log, so what's wrong here? Let's go the routes to just make sure everything's fine. We do. Man, what's wrong with me? This should be pod request, as we just have forgot and made this one delete. So that was the main problem that I've done. So now, if we try to update this one with 1, 2, 3, 4, it's gonna work, inshallah, just fine. You see? And you see? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's it. That was it. Alright, we just caught the error that we had. Okay, now we can search. Okay, filter, and able to delete a product, edit product, okay, and create a product. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗃 which 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀? Okay. Alright, that's it. We now can create, update, delete. Okay, that's good. Now we have ended our admin site. So we need to move on to the mobile site. And instead of these dummy data, we need actually to, replace it with the real data, okay? But before I do this, I will just need to create some products. Why? What I'm going to do, inshallah, I will just need to make some real products. This tool looks nice, you name it. Okay, now we have just uploaded this sample, these sample products. Okay, what I've done is simply I just converted these data, some of them, not all of them, some of these to JSON, and I just send the request and so on. Not here, yep. Okay, show you, just to show you. You do upload name, description, price, and reject, whatever. I just let you know that you have to, for this kind of automation, you won't, type the name, description, and so on each time. You would just, you would use AI to rewrite it to not waste your time, Okay, you see. Okay, cool. Now what should we need? What do we need to do? Actually, we have just, we have these kind of dummy data. We need to convert it and use the real data on our backend. Okay, let's do this. Let's just clean everything. Oops. And all right, let's minimize everything and we'll focus on the front end. Same thing, we need to create API thing to able to fetch all these kind of products. But yeah, just to let you know that in the admin it was a little bit kind of tight. We used React Reducer, but in the mobile we have used Redux, which is good. This just difference to learn what each one does, and what is the difference. This one is light, which is Reducer, and Redux Toolkit is a little bit pilot setup, you name it. Oops. So what do we need now? We'll create API for this using RTK React query, okay, with Redux to able to fetch these data, not access with user reducer as we have done. So let's do it. All right, now let's just we will do the API thing. So we'll use RTK query to And this is pretty amazing. It just saves caching and have caching. So it makes it like real time, you name it. And it updates automatically. Okay, let's in the store. We'll just make it, let's say, 𝗵𝗃.ts. As I said, we'll use React queries, React toolkit queries, all right, which is our key, they name it. So let's do it. We will use create API, okay, and actually it will be lowercase, create API, and we'll use fetch base query. You can see this is a very small wrapper around fetch that aimed to simplify requests. And here's an example of this one here. Let me just make it a little bit bigger. So yeah, here we go. You see, we do our fetch query and we do the base URL and do some header, right? If you want to make a token, you will authentication token or something. But we want, in our case, we will just return the to make it JSON, right? Okay, phase what? Base query. All right. We'll have the base URL first of all. Base URL. What this base URL is, it is the same as we have done in what, man? In the admin, you name it. Not here. We have it in API. I'm not sure where it was. Let's just go to admin, and in API we'll have index. All right. Okay, you can see this is the base URL that we have. Okay, localhost 4000 /products, right? But here you see in what in iOS is not as Android, right? Localhost in mobile works well with iOS, but in Android it won't work. Okay, so in Android it works with the network IP, right? So you just 10.0.2.2. This is same as localhost. Okay, so what we'll do, we can say me this as a what? It's going to be dynamic string. If let's do platform, we have Android, right? So I think we have Android as a constant. No, we don't. Okay, platform from React Native .os is going to equal to, if it is Android, what we will do, we need to make it this URL 10.0.2.2. You can say just to let you know where to get it. I got it from overflow. Let's say error network error in React Native. Android is even popular, you see. with access. This guy was using localhost, and the guy said, hey, yo, use this instead. 10.0.2.2. And that's it. Alright, and if it's not, we'll use localhost as normal. But to make this one even better, let's just, make const, just to make this kind of check outside. Plot for main URL equal to this check here. So move this one outside. Alright. Just to let you know why this turns to green. It is a custom thing I have done in comments, in customization, in what? In VS Code. Like dollar does this color, which is money, hash, another color, just like node also is another color, and so on, just to make my comments even better readable, and it's also is going to be like this. This is I'm going to say here, this Android, it will have this URL, this mean localhost. And if it's iOS or something, or web, also web works with localhost. It works with it. Okay, so we'll use localhost. Okay, this is our base URL. Next, what we'll do, we need to create a product API, okay, to be able to use it anywhere. So let's see how it works. We'll export first const products API equal to, we'll use the create API from, you see also this create a service to use in your application contains only the basic Redux logic, the core model. Okay. Just if there's something that you don't understand, you can just hover over it and read what it is. And its examples. Like here we have it have the options, right? And so on. It would also have base query function or whatever. Okay, we'll have reduce path. Same thing. This reduce path is a unique key that your service will be mounted to inner store. So in my store, index in store here, right here, it will be identified here, right? That is the user path. So this name, we will use it in the store, right? We'll say, why not make it, can make it API? Yeah, why not? Let's make it API. We'll have the base query. Same thing, what is the base query? Use the base query used by each endpoint if new query function, which is this base query here. And this base query is going to have the wrapper. Okay, this is the web wrapper to make fetching is easy as that. Fetch base query. And this base query have the base query code, base URL of our constant that we have done above here, this one here, and we'll have the headers. We just hover over it, you'll see their example. They have prepper header, it will accept the headers, it will be as a function, and this headers we need to set it to have the content type to application JSON, because our backend expect express JSON. So headers dot set is going to have the content type is going to be application slash JSON. All right, and what we'll have also, we will, after we are done with this, we need to return the headers, the modified one. So now we have set its content type to application JSON to match our backend needs, and it's complaining why. There's still a few things that we need to do. So this one will have, somewhere over it, it will have fetch query, base query error if you want to handle it, and some options. And we will have the tag type. What this tag type does, let's hover over it. This one does tag types is optional, yeah, but we need to identify. So you should define them so they can be used for caching and invalidation. So that is when, for example, we fetched all the products, so each one have its own cache. If we deleted a new one or updated it, so we have caching, like if we exit the application, get back or update or delete, whatever. That makes us use this kind of thing in real time, like when we update something, it compares the cache or something, so it just updated in real time. And you will see just this as in real example. So we'll name it just product. All right. Finally, what we'll have the endpoints. Now we set the base URL, base query, which have the base URL and the headers, and the tag types for caching, and this one that will be identified for the store when we do it. And what we'll have finally the endpoint. What this endpoint that enable us to do specific actions like fetching all the products, update the products by one, getting by its ID, maybe update or delete, whatever, just whatever you need is inside the endpoints. It will be a function, and it will have the builder. Basically, endpoint are a set of operations like CRUD, create, update, delete, whatever that you want to perform against your server, which is our backend. You define them as an object using the builder system syntax. There are 3 endpoint types. Query, okay, that will use the URL that you just went to specify. Maybe it would be dynamic, whatever. Infinite query, and we will have that mutation. All right, so let's do it. We'll accept the header, builder, builder, normal function. So first one, we can just say we'll name it as get all products, or just get products, let's say. This one will fetch all the products, yeah. So what we'll do, we'll have the builder dot query, okay, which, as I have told at a point, definition that retrieve data and me provide tags to cache. So this example, the query is the thing that we can use, you know, maybe to have a query for the endpoint. Where it is, query here, get the ID and make it dynamic. For example, this one is going to have a prop, or maybe transform, response, whatever you want to do, and maybe provides tags. What this provide tags is, this is for caching. Okay, this is for caching, which we do. Maybe, for example, each ID will have its own cache. So when we update it, we identify it and update that cache, or just, you know, maybe if you want to delete a specific product from that store, whatever. Just this is making like real-time thing, right? So query, and this query is going to have the query itself, which is going to be an endpoint of slash. Why? Because we have this as a get request, for example, and at the very end we'll have the slash. So this one will fetch all the products with the get request as our backend. Or just to make it even better, yeah, why not do it? This is going to be products. So yeah, we'll get all the products. Just make it, the BCRL will end up with 𝗵𝗾𝗾, and let's do this with query products, right? We'll have / to fetch all the products, and we'll have the provider tags. What this one does, it is for caching, as I told. So used by query endpoint, determine which tag is attached to the cache data. Returned by the query, expect an array of tags type string, an array of object of tag type with IDs or function that returns such as array. So post or type post, which you want to set a specific thing, or with its ID, like type post with its ID, whatever. Or we can make a function to handle all the array, okay, and that what we'll use. And as an example, the offer, you see, tag types is post, and we do have the query for post fetching all the products. And you see, there's something that is good, which is they have the provide tags results, and they say, hey, if we have results, we'll map through them. And I will do, just let me really just, you know, to make it like, you know, you can see everything. So we'll map over all the products, and we'll get its ID, and we'll assign type post as a constant with its ID. So each one will have the cache of posts with its ID, okay. And you can say type post will equal to the ID of which is this one. This one will be assigned to this one, like these all properties that we map through, and assign each one with post. It will get back to, you know, the post tag endpoint tag type here. So all of them will get back to this tag post. And if there's not results, we will just return the initial one, which is going to be the posts with ID lists, which is the initial one, right? We can just here in our example we just made here, it will be just as initial with posts. So this one is initial. We'll assign it to post here to make the caching validation. Okay, provide tags. We'll get the results just as we have seen in the example. Result, and this result, we'll say here, if we have the result, what we'll do, we will map through all the results, map, and we'll get the ID as a parent. But in our case, we have the underscore ID with each one. But just one thing to do is we need to make a type. So let's do it. What it was in here. Where's the example that we had? Okay. Anyways, what we'll do, we will need to have this as type so we can get auto completion and specific type. So what we'll do, for that builder.query, we'll have the product type. It's actually just, not sure if we have that product type. Product type, not in the admin. Do we have it actually in maybe home screen? With that product type is in here. All right, is in index. Okay, we have that product type as an array of product types. It will be a function. All right, let's import this one. What's wrong? School product type. Oops, this one is an admin. Just need to make sure this one in admin. Okay, actually we need to define it as we have done in the backend. Let's do it. Let's grab this one here. In API, you can just define it. So this endpoint, which is get products, will have array of the products. Like we have here, name, description, whatever, brand, price, and so on. We'll have array of it, which have multiple of these items, right? Okay, now the map works. No completion like original.map. We have get all the completion, and we'll get the underscore ID that we have. Okay, and we will return type as product as constant, of course. And the ID will be the underscore ID that we have. Okay, good. There's difference, so we'll make this. If this ID is matching this one, we can just, in modern JavaScript, we can just delete it, but we have difference, which is the underscore, so it just assign. And all these will be in the products tag type. All right, and if there's no results, what we'll do, we'll have this one as initial. We'll just have the products as an empty array. Okay. All right. Now what we need to do is to have, maybe we would just need to, in our example, in our application here, we don't actually do anything, like we are not updating or deleting. It's just the front end, the user side. So we won't update or delete. So we won't need it. And actually, I don't think we use also get by ID, but yeah, we'll just know how it works and how we do it. Okay. So what we'll have, same thing. Give it a name. Get products by ID, for example. Builder dot query to retrieve data. All right. In this one, we'll give it a type of product type, single product type, and will be a string. All right. Well, the query visual that we get, so it will have the ID as a parent, and we'll return products slash the ID that we have. So we'll get that specific ID of the product, which we have in our backend. Like if we need to get it, this specific item by the product item by its ID, we just pass it in the parent and we'll get it. And of course, we need to give some caching. Okay, so we'll use the provides tags again. So here what we'll use, we'll only use this way, not here. Instead it will be here. So we'll define its ID and its types. Or if we want to make a check, like if results, if no results, we will do mapping. We'll return something. If not, if there's if this ID is not defined, okay, we will return nothing. If it is, we will return the caching. What the bruh? Okay, so we can just use this one. So it will have results error argument, and we can use each one of them. So in this case, we'll just use this one here. So why not? Let's do it. It's a function. Oops. So what we'll have the ID. Okay. But this argument, what this argument is, the argument that we get. So we'll have the ID. So let's define it. The argument that we get from outside when we do fetch whatever. All right. And so we will make this one dynamic. The ID will matching this ID, and we'll assign it to where it is products. All right, that's it. Okay. one thing that I forgot, we need to wrap this as a return statement. We now don't return it, so we'll make this one to return. Okay. What we need now is to, of course, to export these. Alright, after we have done these kind of things, let's now export them to use it in our components. So we'll have export const object from the product API. One thing that is absolutely amazing is in RTK React queries. What it does provide us with with hooks, so we can use it in our components. So it's generated automatically. So for this one, get products, it have the use get products query, which later we can just say if it's loading, if it is having the data, and so on. Now let's just say, so we will have you do see now the use get product query here. And one thing that I was missing is, you see, I was getting it from query, but we should just specify it to React so we can get this auto completion, and that's it. Just make sure you do add /React to specify, so we get these auto generated hooks, and we'll have finally the use get product body. Also, just you'll see that we have a used lazy loading if you want. Yeah, that's it. Now we have export them, create the RTK query API. Just let's go over them and now what each one of them does. First of all, we have the base URL. We've done it. Make the platform specific URL. Make it compliant. Make the type, and then we have created the create API, create the API, and store in products API, right? And we name it the user path as an API, so we can use it outside in the store as an API. And first of all, we have the base query, which is going to be our wrapper to have the base URL and the headers. So this one is where we will get these from. These are the initial name it. Okay. And we'll have the tag types. Tag types is for caching and validation. Okay, and we called it as a products. Okay. Then we have the endpoints that will run after this base query. So base URL / product / so, and it will be a get request. So we used the builder query here. So we do the name of the whatever we want. We name it get products, and it should be described in its name. So anybody reads your code can understand what this one does and so on. Get products, what it does, we'll use the builder query, and this query is for fetching, like get request, right? In actions we say here with method will be get. Here we use the query. If we have something like CRUD operation like delete or update, what we use is mutation instead. Okay, and we expect this one will get array of product types. Okay, to get the auto completion on TypeScript complement. Okay, we have the provided tags. We do provide tags to make that caching for each result. So we map if there's already results, we'll map through them and define its type and its ID to make for each one of them as in cache. Store it in the products. If there's no products coming in the results, we will just set it as initial. Lastly, we have done the get products by ID, and this is the same. We used the builder query because it is a get request. As I said, if it is a mutation, it means you will do something like you will edit it or update it, whatever. Okay, and yeah, we can expect this one will be a product type, so it's gonna be object of product type. And the query, we said yeah, it will be using its ID. It will expect an ID, so we did you know, as a prop, and we assign it to the URL. So it will be the bsrel/product/ the ID that we want to get, and we get it from outside, all right, as a prop. And we did again provide text to create in cache invalidation for it, and that's it that we have done. And lastly, we have export these hooks to use it outside of components. And luckily, 𝗬𝗃 React query does auto generate these query based on what we are doing. For example, it gets this one, it just use before it, and then query after it. And if you use mutation, it will have different generation. Like for example, we'll just say as an example, just before we move on to the next one, delete a product by ID builder dot, let's say, mutation. Okay, just this one is as an example. We won't do anything and do the real stuff here. If we want to export it, you see it auto generated for us. So we'll have the use delayed product by ID mutation. So we'll use, if we used query, which is get request, it will be query. If we have used mutation, which is doing something in it, it will be mutated. And that's it. Yeah. Oops. Let's just get that. We don't need. We'll just get the products, and maybe we would use the product by ID. And that's it. We can use it in our component, but first of all, we need to define in the store, so we're not stuck with it. All right. So we'll just go to the store and do its thing. In the store, again, where the store is in, let's just remove this one. Have it in the index. You can see we have done all these kind of things before. I think we didn't have this. Okay, it was just like this. Okay, here we will need to have our API. You know what we've done is it was the API. We just name it here. We will use the products reduce path to API. So I will do, we'll export it as an array of products API. And this one will come from API, just here, from here. That's what I've done here. Dot reduce path. Okay, and we'll assign it to product API dot reducer. Why this? So what this one means, we actually just say, hey, we want the API. We name it just as installed. This one is reducer dot reducer path. Okay, it's like doing like this API will assign the reducer. So this one making the reducer jump into the store, something like this. Now, as you can see, there's some error. It says, hey, an unserializable value was detected in an action in the path register. And yeah, they are right. So what should we do? We will do a middleware to serializable these values, to make these values and ignore them. And I will just say, hey yo, this one should be serializable, and ignore it. It's just fun, you know. So okay, let's do that middleware. That middleware just run between the user and store, so it fixes these kind of things. So what we'll do, we'll just say, hey yo, for serializable check, just ignore some of these values that we have persisted, because we are using persist here, so it's not compliant with the normal React Redux. So it complies with these values like the persist and rush, flush, and these kind of things, purge. So we'll ignore these values, so we won't get these errors, right? So we'll do it. First of all, we'll do a middleware and accept as a prop. We'll get default middleware. Alright. Now what we'll do, we'll make it as a function, and we'll actually get default middleware to serializable check. In serializable check, please ignore some actions, which they are register. Just make it uppercase. It is from React persist. Okay. And just for now, just without fixing anything, if you just refresh, let's refresh, for example, we won't get this kind of errors that we have got for serializable check. Okay, we can also just do some of the things like maybe flash. This register is just starting the store, starting persistence, like begin saving states, because this React persist, what it does is actually saving the data in async storage, do some caching, so on. We have then the rehydrate, yeah. What this one does is it just like loading the saved state if we want them, and we'll have flush. What this flush does, just make sure you import each of them. These are not getting errors, but we're just doing it because if we just do some of these, we won't get these kind of errors or warnings. This flush is just for save now, right? For example, if the user just close the app immediately and have done something, so we need to save it automatically, just immediately. So we use this flush, and we'll have the reuse or pause. Let's say what this pause does, it just stops saving here. Stop, I'm not gonna save. And we have purg. What this purg does is just delete everything, clear async storage that we have done. Yeah, that's it. And finally, we can just say persist to start persisting. So just one thing that I just combined with, just this register is just for registering persistent reducer. So it marks which reducer will be saved and so on. And the persist is to begin persisting. That's it. Now what we need to do is we need to have this this product API middleware, we need to get its middleware and also put it here. So what this bundle will do, it will have the actions to take on the middleware. So it can update, save caching, refreshing, and so on in the middleware. So yeah, so let's say concat. It's gonna be outside the middleware. So concat on. So what this concat does, it just combine two or more arrays that this method return an array without modifying any existing arrays, right? So concat, please concat, or just let's say combine the previous API product API dot middleware. All right, that's it. We just say why we get this. We say versus register versus header and whatever is not some type boolean. Okay, this ignore action uses a boolean, so we need to get the right one, which is should be ignored actions, not ignore. Okay, we're done. Now we can save or refresh, push immediately, and use the API everywhere easily. Yeah, and that's it. So now let's do it. Let's get to home page and home screen and front end. And instead of just having the product data sample, we will use the data, the real data. Okay. All right. Let's just select this kind of. As I said, we will use the hook that we just exported, which is use get product query. All right. So let's get it. Let's actually get it. On the screen, let's get the it will be just as a hook. So we'll get something from this hook from use get products query that we have done. Of course, it's going to be equal to, right? And we see it accepts some values if you just want to do something with it. It have the skip, nope. We can do some options, all right? We can do some options. Yeah. And we can also, just like, hey, I want to do some options. Like, for example, we'll just make sure there's no values here. I'm not going to get any values. So let's do undefined. Any props, no props. So this is a prop if you want to have one. Okay. And this is options. Like if you want to do a polling state, a specific time, polling interval, 3 poll each, maybe 5 seconds, let's say, or refresh on focus, refresh, refetch on focus, for example. Okay, maybe true. And we have refetch on mat on arg change. If there's something, have change it in the argument, we will refresh. Absolutely easy at that. So this hook have amazing things. First of all, we can know if it have an error, like is error, there's an error, or hey, I just want to know if it is loading. So it's loading. That is the power of user the RTK React query. If you want to get the data, right? The data that's done. And there's too many things like it's fetching success and a lot of things, a lot of values that you can just use, which is absolutely amazing to use, or you know. Alright, we can just this data rename it to define it as product, let's say. Alright. And instead of using product sample data, we will just use products. Whoops, you see. Now you can see, as in the admin, these kind of values here. Yeah, that's it. That's all we need to do. Have everything working as you need. It's saying here it will be null. Okay, if it's null, let me know. And the filter products will be also null. So yeah. If you want to do a custom loading state, if this is loading, you can just say loading is here, just display it here, whatever. If there's an error, what it will do, you can just do whatever you want. It's absolutely customizable and provide amazing things. That is the power of it. So we have the product sample, data sample, we don't use it anymore. And if you just go to details, cannot read part of name of undefined. Alright. Okay. And details screen, product details screen. And instead of using product data sample, what we'll do, instead, we will use the real data that we have. Easy as that. So here you can see what we do is to we say here, I want to get all the products and filter it by its ID. That is the first way. The second way, so we can just replace this with the normal thing that we have done here. This is the first way. Okay, this is the first way. Yes, just import it and actually replace it. Okay, alright, it should be optional, so let's do it. It's possibly not. Okay. Type string or undefined must be a simple and iterable method that return an iterable. Okay, you just skip it for now. and see how it will work. You see, now we are getting all the products, and actually we are just saying here we only need to get the product by its ID. That's it. Absolutely working fine. Let's say the first way. The second way, which is we can get the product by its ID, not fetching all the products, then specifying its ID. Instead, we can just say here is to use get product by ID. This one here, and pass the ID instead of this under, and you're good to go. But let's just go with that one. It's gonna be easier. We have used this one multiple times, so yeah, let's do it. It works now. Everything's working, but this little bit error. So one thing to skip it is to say it's gonna be as product type from 𝗵𝗆 store. And yeah, that's it. No errors, no more errors. Okay, no need for this one. And yeah, that's it. Product screen, you're also good to go. Okay, ID is not. You can say here, no. Okay, as you want, it's gonna be as string, and you're good also to go. And also this one is expecting a string or number. It's not sent to number. Okay, it'll give you a number, or you can just say number converted to number. Yeah, that's it. Literally, that's it. Oops. If we add something to card, check card. Let's just get rid of everything in the card. Order now. Everything is empty now. Let's actually get a specific option. Multiple items if you want, and you do have the option to specify, and you're good to go. Now things are well done. Okay, let's try to update something in the backend and say things are well done. Okay, you just say this running this first product. We'll say it's gonna be chronic. You change it. Okay, and see we change it. Now it is just, you say product update successfully, and now you see just easy as that. Just refetch it, and now you have the product updated.